Should change to Jay-Z to Tarn Adams. Tarn Adams lives very far away now. But I wouldn't mind chatting with him again. Hey, Twitch chat! It's time to say hi, YouTube. I just put a marker in the VOD so I know where to cut it. And I've turned on my behind-the-scenes recording. You guys ready to return to Cloudthunder? Hey, YouTube folks. Are you guys ready to return to Cloudthunder? Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. As a wise old YouTuber once said, "Hello, tubes!" Shoutouts to Ronald Jenkins. All right, welcome to the fort. This is Cloudthunder. Does anybody need a recap or a catch-up? The named dwarves in the fort are Dominok, Napalm, and Havoc, as well as Utaro and Suit of Souls, Kadranos and Claiborne, as well as Zudika, Statue Sounds. Well, I said catch-up, not ketchup, but sure. A beer, power tools and a beer. 404 not found, as well as Rupert, Picture Point, Ice Blue, and Emperor Iron. Jasper, Darius, Elrish, and Shanrayan, Volkodav, Artifact Child, and I think that's everything. Plus the many babies and Amethyst down at the very bottom. Last but not least. I was very happy. All right, so now there's something I got to check here. Probably something to enable as well. Hey, YouTube folks. If you're not a username I recognize from Twitch chat, the first one of you to type in the word spontaneous gets a dwarf. Tell an Artho, what kind of dwarf would you like? Did you have a dwarf in this fort? I think you did. Yes, you did. You're one of the children. I definitely missed you in the list. I like the centered names because I get to see their first and last names, which I like, but it's harder to sort by them. The youngest child? Little baby Lycott? Killer Spud, what kind of dwarf would you like? Tellan Artho is very trusting and prefers to present himself modestly. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He enjoys the company of others and has a sense of duty. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and often feels discouraged. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and personally strongly values tranquility and quiet, and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in a orderly and harmonious society, and finds friendship burdensome. He likes native aluminum and white opal, as well as the color dark indigo, and llamas for their jutting teeth, yetis for their white fur, and the words of the Cyclopean meditation, and the sight of the scarlet emerald. And when possible, obviously, prefers to consume gray langur and soul and blood amaranth beer, and absolutely hates snails. His mom is in the military, and she's a recruit. His dad is a weaponsmith, and his older half-brother's a weaponsmith, and his cousin is dead. His older half-brother also wants martial training. Well, I need to make more squads today, I think. There are two different accounts, both named Mike in YouTube chat, and I have to say that that is very funny. Two separate people with different icons, both just independently named Mike. Hi, Mike and other Mike. I don't know which one of you I'm referring to, but there's probably more Mikes in Twitch chat too. They're just not necessarily named Mike. That ain't no baby. Well, no, it's almost a child, in fact. How goes the fort? It's going all right. You just want someone with a beard? All right, we'll do happiest unnamed dwarf with beard. Which is going to be the weaponsmith named Key Abbey. Spud, proud member of the Consortium of Taters, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason and prefers that he prefers to present himself modestly. He tends to avoid crowds and has a calm demeanor. He doesn't focus on material goods and tends to hang on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore ever. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally treasures leisure time, thinks that it is very important in life, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. He values a harmonious existence and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Finds artful speech off-putting and is put off by family. Like, only Mike can out-Mike each other, Ike. I don't even know what that means. Okay, so for those of you who don't remember, we're currently building a real big bridge. We built a real big bridge, and this is going to be my defenses. This is going to be a thing that I can fill up with water, and then I'm digging this down slowly so that I can then drain the water out of it and down, 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 all the way down, as far down as possible. I'm trying to dig this all the way down to the cavern layers because I think that would just be fun. So probably going to dig this down to here and then just have it drain off this way because, you know, it's just fun to flood the caves as far as I'm concerned. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about doing with this is it's going to flood down into the caves. Through grates, most likely. I'll just put some grates down in the bottom. We'll just straight down one layer and then let it drain out that way. And then once things are done rotting, then we can go down there and collect the bodies, etc. This here is just almost finished. How do you drain the caves? They drain off that edge of the map. So even if there's puddles that build up, that's fine because most of it will drain off the edge of the map if it overflows. I'm not draining the caves. They drain themselves. Because if they hit the map's edge, then they drain off the map. It's honest. It would be better for frame rate for me to just flood, to not do it that way. It would be better for me to just allow them to flood off the edge of the map automatically, but to me, this is more fun, so. You flooded yours with lava after 3 forgotten beasts came up from them? Oh, well. All right, so another thing I need to check is this right here, because I need to set this up as a drain. So what I'm gonna do is actually channel this out and channel this out. And then I'm gonna build a wall across here and then channel this all the way across. So if I go basically over to here, should just be able to do this, this, and this. And the only named notable child or character in this fortress right now is Artifact Child. Artifact Child, is running around playing make-believe, is 5 now, was born the day one of the first artifacts in the fortress was finished. So kind of a big deal if you ask me. And that is the only character really of note. Both of his parents are dead, both Brush and Angular Donut, which is very sad. As well as his older sister, but his other older sister is still alive, as well as his cousin. So he still has some family in the fortress, but sad times. But you stumbled on my videos and now you're here? Well, welcome. Dwarf Fortress is a game about very much not knowing what you're doing, so I wouldn't feel too out of place if I were you. But if you need further help and the stream happens to not be live, or if you need help learning stuff in the game and the stream happens to not be live, do keep in mind that there's a room in my Discord called DF help and questions. So if you have questions about DF or need help with something, if I'm not live streaming and can't help you while I'm actively streaming, then there's probably somebody in that Discord who is looking at it who can help with your questions. Dwarf Fortress is just a game about having questions, so there are no dumb questions, because there will always be questions. I mean, hell, chat teaches me things sometimes, and I know too much about this game. Jesus. This cough is killing me slowly. Or it's making it feel like it's killing me. All right. We have some more bedrooms that we still need to make, so let's also throw in a couple over here. It's also party time, apparently. Hey, chat. The dwarves are partying since I made their tavern bigger. It seems that Edzul here is reciting poetry. So do you guys know what to do? I would say, grab your favorite dancing emotes and post them in my chat, please. The Desert of Gloss is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Terror of Bodices. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music which can be performed. A chanter recites the composition of the culmination of action, and the entire performance is to become softer and softer. And the melody has a long phrases throughout the form. Only one pitch is ever played at a time, and it is performed using an Islam scale in the Kabu rhythm throughout. And when possible, composers are to play legato. So it's a pretty thing, and it does melancholic play. A chanter always does the main melody and should be melancholic and plays arpeggios. Melancholic arpeggios. Remember hearing this song for the first time? I remember skimming the soundtrack because the soundtrack released a few days before Dwarf Fort did, and going, well, that's the banger of the set. Also, I rarely call out followers, but I just have to say I got a follow from Dankus Spankus. Oh, also, thanks for the 20th month, Celestia. I super didn't see that. And I just want to say, good username. Dankus Spankus. My name is Dankus Spankus Meridius. That's just a funny name. Father to a stoner son, husband to a stoner wife. I don't think much anymore, and won't in this life or the next. I should rewatch Gladiator. Gladiator's a good movie. Also, some migrants have arrived. Since some migrants are arriving, and we've got more dwarf sisses piling into the dog pile, Twitch chat, I got a game for you. The first person to type in a number that I'm thinking of, it's a number between 1 and 10, gets a dwarf. From this migrant wave. Hood typed in the number, it was 6. Hood, what kind of dwarf would you like? And YouTube chat, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 25. First person to type in the number that I'm thinking of gets a dwarf. Some of you have been really close already. YouTube's trying. Nobody's got it just yet. $16. Thomas Tanner got it. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Let's see. Do I have a jeweler? I do not have any jewelers. Pretty small microwave too. See, gem maybe? I have gem cutters. Would you like a beard or no beard? But the number was 16. So the first person to call it in the chat was Thomas. So Hood, you'd like this guy? Hood, who's not wearing a hood, has a strong tendency towards privacy. It tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, generally is quite confident in his ability when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he can handle stress. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a greedy streak, and he is quite ambitious. He tries to keep things practical. He tries to keep things orderly and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he has a he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he exhales sharply when he gets angry, and he rarely speaks when he's angry, and when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. He personally sees power over others as something to strive for, values tradition and the pursuit of skill mastery, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and does not care about friendship. He likes bismuth and tavisorite, as well as the color dark blue. By the way, chat, how do you guys feel about me just like having these type in a thing or do this thing and I'll give out a dwarf? Do you guys like it as an addition to the current guaranteed dwarf redemptions? And he likes alpacas for their jetting teeth, melon vines for their fruit, and the sight of the scarlet emerald. And when possible, prefers to consume sunshine and hates bats. This number follows you everywhere. What? 2.22 follows you everywhere? This particular dwarf doesn't have any family, does worship the god of beauty, has several friends, and is a member of the doctrine of serenity. Saturnity. And then Thomas would just like a dwarf with a beard. Ooh, that's a good beard. The 72-year-old id. I'm just going to go with Tanner, if that works. Scour Cudgels wants martial training, but is focused, aside from that, is a dabbling observer, cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, doesn't stick with things if minor difficulties arise, and has a strong sense of duty. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Can I put you in the military, Tanner? And isn't given to flights of fancy. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible. And he likes a little excitement now and then. Is conflicted by this. He considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and can handle stress. Yeah, you are perfect for the military. He doesn't intend to hold on to grievances and lowers his eyes when he's annoyed. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that the world would be fine if all time were leisure time, and strongly values tranquility and thinks friendship is important. Tanner, welcome to the military. Speaking of, let's see if I can find some other dwarves. Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. But I would say that's okay, because this dwarf has enough needs. That's useful. I'm in an ad break here on Twitch, so I'm not going to unpause until that ad's done. That's my bookkeeper. It's really nice when you have just a faction that leans towards combat, generally. Because they tend to be faction-specific. You want excitement. Let's see, do I have enough gear for them? I need more shields. It seems fair because it's random. Yeah. Well, it's rewarding activity is all it is. And I like YouTube chat a lot, but YouTube chat is very fickle because of the YouTube algorithm. So anything that pushes activity in the YouTube chat is actually a good thing, even though I focus more on the Twitch chat. All right. Also just going to get them training a little bit, I think. Let them go learn to be wrestlers, or at the very beginnings of wrestlers. Okay, so this is currently here, and also I should note that we have trained giant gray langurs. Which, unfortunately, can't be war trained, or hunting trained. I was really hoping that I could, because I thought that would be very funny, but... Just gonna quickly eat these. I'll let the turkey grow up, though. All right. That's the fort. Actually, hold on. Are we at a population limit? Because I feel like that should have been a bigger than 2 migrant wave. Yes, we are. Let's just go to 20. Because that's a good population for a fort like this. Whoops. $230 is the total population gap. Boy. Okay. You're going to soak up the sun because you like to drink sunshine? Is that why you're going to soak up the sun? Although, to be fair, if I lived in Dwarf Fortress World, I probably also would like to drink sunshine. Because it is very nice of a booze. Okay, so we got dwarves digging all over the place. To lighten up? What do you mean? If I can ask. Although I am just trying to get bedrooms satisfied right now. Looks like I hit an aquifer, probably. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I get you. Took me a second to realize you meant Sunshine the song. Yeah, we're not going to be able to dig out any of these, are we? It's okay. I'll get a few done over there, and then I think we'll start building bedrooms over on this side, most likely. Maybe make a little walk-through point here. I'ma soak up the sun. That song? Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Bow, 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 bow. It's not a song that I really listened to, ever. Yet I know it. Gosh. Apologies for the coughing. This cold is persisting with making my throat feel scratchy. Everyone can mine, and I enabled everyone can mine and did a ton of mining and fishing base, and then after the liaison arrived, migrant wave dwarves have mining picks and some mining XP. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Because like the skills that you get for migrants is based on the average skills that your faction has. So I wonder if you're playing in a very small faction. This is a topic from YouTube chat, by the way. If you're playing in a very small faction, and thus the dwarves in your fort are a very high percentage of the overall population of the world, of that for that particular faction, I wonder if that would directly cause you to get more migrants with those skills enabled because you've pushed the average in a direction or another. I wonder. I'm assigning a bunch of different dwarves until I get one who's married. So that it puts 2 in. Okay, whatever. Let's go with one of those dwarves. 'Tis fine. Let's also go here. And here. And there. That should be fine. Able to fit a couple more in. When you were a wee lad, you used to listen to it with your mom. Yeah, that song has very strong mother energy. Sort of like U2, you know? It's like, who listens to U2? Well, my mom does. She's the only person I know who listens to U2. Yeah, your faction has like received word that you need more miners, so thus they're sending more miners. That's interesting. I wonder if that's the case, because like that's just like entirely speculation for me. Like, so I do wonder actually, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's what's happening there. Twitch chat, do any of you guys have any input on that? Do you know if like if you yourself, the player, change the average faction jobs enough that you just start receiving those jobs as migrants? Or am I just like spitballing in the wrong direction here? Also, this got canceled again. Let's uncancel it. And check up top here, where I've got this trench growing. Sweet, sweet. Good Lord. Oh yeah, that's true. At some point, I will be a out-of-touch one-hit wonder as well. How you doing, Dilfo? I mean, I've definitely played in factions with like a population of 30, but having never really thought about it, it's kind of hard to say one way or another. Let's just get these two done. And then once those are dug out, I'll do these two. Doing okay, all things considered? Well, that's good. Actually, I could probably just queue those up now, too. Here come the Dwarves. Of course, they go do the smart thing immediately. And that's just going to flow down into here. Oh. I'm dumb. Maybe they can get there first? I doubt it, though. Help, I'm going to need to make a change to this. That's pushing it. All right, there you go. Well, hey, it worked. We got it in. It'll fill. That's all I needed to do. I made it in. Nobody drowned. And now it'll fill. I'm just going to cover this up so it's safe. And this sucker will fill up all the way over to here, which will allow this thing to start filling once again, because I'm pretty sure, oh no, it is currently full, but this sucker here needs to stay fully pumped up, and now it can. And once this is, you know, completely peak, full, right there, this will fill up, and then that'll fill up, and now we're at maximum pressure. Save the game. Had two vampires in your fort at the same time. One was a sword master, and the other was elected mayor and became the count. Excellent. Did you name him Dracula? I played a faction like that. As you remember, maybe it seems like the craft stores, miners, and masons and farmers. And your farmer fortress mostly had farmers and stoneworkers. And then the crafting enabled, and because of the crafting need, and I had no animal husbandry and no marks dwarf. And I had one or two carpenters, and I'm receiving... One of my favorite things is like, I played a faction that got hit by a pretty bad apocalypse once. And there was only like a population of 30, and all of the mountain homes were destroyed. And then I started playing as that faction, and basically, like, the first 50 dwarves I got were all, like, very high-level strand extractors. It's like, I wonder what you guys were doing. 75 streams, that's nothing to slouch at. Thanks for continuing to watch Raging Cave and support the stream. But yeah, that's actually like not an uncommon cause, is that they dug too deep. So thus they just have strand extractors. Which I think is kind of neat. I like that stuff like that's possible. Like, you can kind of figure out what happened to a faction or, like, what a faction does primarily just by looking at the populations that migrate to you. It also would make sense that the only dwarves that would survive an apocalypse like that are the ones that were, you know, furthest away from it, right? When adamantine is so limited? It gives a lot of XP. You can make strand extracting guilds, I think. Can't you? Let me double check, actually. Yeah, you can. So maybe they just had a guild for it? Although now I actually wonder. What's the skill benefit to having high-level strand extracting? Because you can't have, like, wafers that are higher tiers. It's probably just speed, right? Also, we have a weaponsmith named Sealob who's making an artifact. And I'm going to sort of cheat before they claim anything. I'm going to forbid tin, pig iron, and bismuth. And you are now possessed by unknown forces, Dwarf. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast named Bora Mathrorushan has come. A huge hairy leech. It has a spiral shell and it has a bloated body. Its hair is green. Pine green hair is long and shaggy. Beware its deadly sploods. Blood. Beware its deadly blood. And it should, yeah, it can access us. So I have to send in some squiddies. Although, let's not send in this squad, because they only just started training, and I don't want them to die. I pay a post-beer redeem if that mood will be a Warhammer. Got it. Speaking of, what have they claimed? Gold bars. I also hope that it's a Warhammer, because gold would be a pretty badass material for a Warhammer. Although, knowing my luck, because I've got a bunch of steel Warhammers already, it may end up just being like a sword. And it'll be like, cool, the first like sword I get is just made of gold. Also, just as a reminder to everybody, streamer currently has been very busy because I'm trying to get a mortgage. So turns out that requires a lot of paperwork, a lot of dropping off IDs in places and being busy in real life capacity. And so I just have to say a real quick thanks to everybody who's tuning into the streams right now and watching the YouTube videos, leaving comments on the YouTube videos, and throwing bits and gifting subs and subscribing to the stream on various platforms, because right now I am directly using most of that money to get a down payment on a condo. So just wanted to say thank you. Golden Flail. Oh, Golden Flail would actually be real cool. I also have a large caged rat, which I should probably train and then consume. All right, so Bora. Bora the Dead Cavern. What a good name. What a good name, man.
Gregor1707 cheered. X100. Congrats.
Thanks for the $1. I mean, it's going to greatly increase my living expenses, but fingers crossed it's worth it. I mean, it'll happen. It's just a matter of when. Healthane. Yep. The soldiers have spotted it. Once again, it's just deadly blood. Up in the front is Lytast, who's one of my recruits, who doesn't have any shields. We have Nish, who does have a artifact tin battle axe. We've got Itob, who's got 2 shields. Several other dwarves who's got shields. Any bets on the casualty count today? Chat room. I'd love to know. Also, could I get a round of beers for good luck? And YouTube folks, hit the party button a bunch. Dwarves are quickly surrounding it. This will very much help this dwarf gain skills real quick. Nish attacked the beast, but it jumped away. The wrestler struck it twice with a shield, which bruised it twice, and also hit it in the shell with his shield, but it glanced away. Picture Point was fighting with Grey Langurs. So, yeah, hasn't actually hit it yet. If I move a few turns, the dwarves are surrounding the creature at a relatively safe distance. I'm also going to tell my Marks dwarves to come down here as well. Cannot just stand by. There's no need to feel vengeful. Struck at the Forgotten Beast, but it jumped away. It's it has a lot of agility for a leech. It's getting punched in the shell, and it's glancing away. That's okay. Good punching bag. Probably not bad for training either. Just gonna let a few more turns pass. It seems that our friend right here is a little injured. No, I completely agree. Aeronamo, thanks for the 19th month. I also just like that weapon sprites show up if they're artifacts now, which is great. The dwarves continue to surround the monster, the monstrous leech. Chasing it. Is that blood? Nope, it's just Underlichen. Time RL, thanks for the 13th month with Prime. Militia Captain strikes it in the body with a steel warhammer, bruising it. So it's just gaining bruises right now. Let's just do this for a little bit. Militia Captain strikes it with a hammer, which actually bruises the skin. Or rather, punching is bruising the skin. Hits it with in the shell, bruising it. Wrestler bites the Forgotten Beast in the body and strikes it with his steel shield. And then another wrestler kicks it, which actually bruised the brain, which killed it. Shot to the skull. Let's see, who got it? It was a wrestler, right? Wasn't you? Wasn't you? Was you? I think that this dwarf needs a name. I'm not going to name him Angerfoot, but what do you think we should call her? She just kicked a leech in the head to death. Because the final blow was literally just... Wait, actually, hold on. Am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, no, that's last year's. You killed last year's. So wait, who killed it then? Was it you, maybe? Ah, you got it. Yeah. It was Solon. Worm Wrangler? I like Worm Wrangler. Time RL. Also, thank you very much for the 13th month. Hey, chat, that's almost a hype train. Isn't it really spelled that way? W-R-A-N-G-E-L-E-R. Could call her Deadly Foot.
Gregor 1707 cheered.
Gregor, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, mate. It's just one E? Okay, because like 2 E's looked wrong. Worm Wrangler is friends with Jasper, and I need to update the characters command.
Crypt Wave.
Purple Izumi, thanks for the 16th month.
We have some Bezos bucks.
All right, I've updated the characters command here on Twitch. Halthane, thanks for the 6th month with Bezos bucks. Appreciate you. Also, screw Bezos. That's the 2 things I have to say. So thanks for his money.
220 cheered. X100.
Appreciate you, everything you do, Ice Blue. Appreciate you. That's how you spell Wrangler? All right. Well, at least this dwarf has a friend. And, you know, they're running around with a very nice mace. It's a pig iron mace. All craft dwarf ship is of high quality. And our artifact maker up here is making something with giant grey langur mangled bone, kesserite, and gold bars. It's going to be a simple artifact, but artifact's an artifact. Let's also take these dwarves off of station. As I slowly work on this sucker. Slowly. Gold-handled bone mace. No, the first object that they take is the item. That is the material that it's made out of. So it would be a metal mace. Also, it would be a craft store shop if they were going to make a bone thing. So this is all aquifer, yeah? Yes. This all just needs to be smoothed. Because this is going to be for training archery. Or crossbows. It's all slate for the walls. I will do another one when Tarn says he wants to do another one, right? Like I don't control when those happen, and Tarn wants to do another one when adventure mode is out of the beta branch. So there will be another one of those when adventure mode leaves the beta branch. I would like to do another one. I mean, it's starting to feel like it's been a really long time, because it has. Like, I think April was the last one that we did. It was like before adventure mode's beta started, so. The next interview will be alongside of the conclusion of adventure mode. Your dwarf will be chief medical. We already have a chief medical dwarf, who's 404. And I have dolomite. Silob, the weaponsmith, has created Esser Talk That, a gold battle axe. Oh well. And offers it to the storm of artifacts. It'll be fancy. It'll be expensive. This is a gold battle axe. All craft our ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of the Valley Herb in gold. Is that what they call it now? Yeah. The current hype train that's running here on Twitch needs 5 subscriptions or $22 in bits to level up. So if you happen to have a resub, now's a good time to pop it. Or if you happen to have a prime sub, now's a good time to use it. On the item is an image of squares and giant grey langur bone. On the item is an image of square brilliant cut gems and kesserite. Well, I think I will give id right here this axe. Because someone has to use it. It's probably still better than my tin battle axe. So for steel bars, let's do a collection of steel shields. Let's do 10 steel shields, and let's do steel helms. Let's actually just do 15 of each. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10 pack. You're doing so much for the stream right now. It's crazy, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Leveling up that hype train and keeping the hype train alive. You went on a midnight jog with the stream so that you don't imagine demons chasing you in the dark? Sounds productive. Alfie with the wrist problems. May your wrists recover sooner than later. Just wanted to deconstruct that and reconstruct that to get those teeth out of there. Okay, so this is all getting smooth. I'm just going to drop down into here. Let's just go block. What kind of blocks do I have? Let's do Cobaltite for down here. You feel honored to have the suboptimal axe? I'm sure that you'll be able to use it just fine. Like, weapons in Dwarf Fort don't need to be optimal. The Dwarf just needs to be good with the weapon. Like, some of my most successful forts primarily used copper, you know? Like, as long as the Dwarf knows how to use the weapon, it'll be fine. Dominok, thanks for checking out a gift and leveling up that train one more time. Let's queue up another job right here and just make it rock salt. And just pause these, because I want to finish this. Thinking maybe just kind of want to change the way this thing here is. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. Just so that things coming into the fort have to go through the military. Could move it over by one tile to over here. Then I could have this go up this way. Elfie did a dumb. How so? Oh, no! Oh, well, that sucks. Let's start that bridge over. Unless it was gifted anonymously, Doyles, it should say who gifted it to you in the in your notifications, and then if it just says anonymous, then yes, it's just Anon did it. But happy to be around so that you can get a gift. Lord JJ wants some beers. Also Chad as well. Thanks for checking out a gift. Hype trains into the level 4 stages, and it needs 7 subscriptions or $32 in bits to level up. I'm not daring anybody to do it, and I'm just communicating it. And remember, don't do things you can't afford. Watching the stream does support the stream in and of itself. Up here. Whitcode, thanks for checking out a gift as well, dude. There we go. Got some more dwarves claiming stuff and grabbing things. I'm just going to erase the center of this. And I'm going to put another metalsmith's forge right here. And Archmatux, thank you very much for the 13th month. Oh, you thought that your hand was recovered, but it wasn't? I've had a weird pain in my left shoulder recently, which has been kind of annoying. Gonna eat that rat. So down here, oh no, did I accidentally eat one of them? Shit, I guess I did. Down here, I've got two male giant gray langurs, which hopefully I can turn into a breeding pair at some point. May much mead flow, Walls. How are you doing? It's good to see you. So to stop an aquifer, I have to channel a whole area. That sounds fun. You have to remove the ceiling and smooth or fortify the walls. Yeah. Because aquifers fall from the ceiling. Bit tired, but generally all right. There you go. Yes, I'm trying to stop paying rent. Also, to be completely clear, the only reason I can afford to do this is because I don't own a car. Otherwise, like, it would be a bit of a hairline width. Hype train is now complete. And we got 18 subscriptions and $3 in biddies. So thanks for $3 in bits, and thanks for the 18 subscriptions. Greatly appreciate that, guys. How hath I been? I have a cold that's being annoyingly persistent. But aside from that, I'm doing all right. Things have been pretty good. I'm just going to deconstruct this wall to speed this process up. Because then they can just run around. Make this faster. Because all of the stuff's already here. It's just a matter of getting it there. Let's see what's on the map right now. Just giant wrens, then a troll and a bat. Giant burbs. Burbs at B.
I also am trying to not pay rent. Have some Bezos money.
Thanks for helping me try to not pay rent, Tiny Hippo. Appreciate the support. It means a lot. Oh, wow, you are just attaching them on that side. Well, that's interesting. Let's also see how the value of this is. Okay, cool. It's still high enough. Well, I can just rebuild that later. It's fine. I could just rebuild that later. Okay, so for bedrooms, we still need a lot more. We still need a lot more. So something that I'm thinking is that I just start making them down here, maybe. Oopsies. Oops. Got to get rid of that middle one. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm not going to unpause until the ad break is done. It's not a bad little selection of bedrooms. So we can have a roof plopped onto it. This will also force me to make this area safer. But I will pause game until the ads are done. Also, hello Shy and Volroki and the Slimin. And also hi JJ. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. But yeah, no, I'm a very frugal person, and being frugal has put me in the fortunate position of being able to afford a down payment on a place. And I'm just trying to move somewhere that is not where I currently live. Not too far away, but also not where I'm currently living. bad area? I mean, I can talk about it. So technically, I live in an area called Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. And if you look Surrey up, you'll see a lot of, like, gang activity and crimes committed in times long past, which... Where the fuck did all this water come from? Did it rain? Oh. I wasn't I'm dumb. Of course it would do that. Is rent prices? I actually have really cheap rent. No, I'm going to be increasing my living costs by a fuckload when I move. So no, rent being expensive isn't the reason I want to move. Just trying to think how I can fix this. I have to refix this after fixing it a first time, and now I have to fix it again. But this won't be too hard. Actually, let's not go right here. Let's go out to here. Go around this. Pump this out of here, and then just try and get this walled off. But I'm also going to need to turn this on in order to do that. Because I kind of want these rivers to stay dammed, but it's all right for right now because all the bodies have been gotten out of it, but I will have to re-dam that. You want to be the most useless dwarf available. Can you define useless? Because all dwarves are useful. Do you mean just like a baby? Because those are the only dwarves that don't actually have a use. And I do have chores turned off for children, so children aren't doing chores. I don't really have any useless dwarves, basically. So the area that I live in, the reason I don't want to live here anymore is two major reasons. The first major reason is I've lived in the same place for 10 years. I've lived in the same apartment. I used to live here with my ex, and I have depression problems. And after going on vacation this year, it was very clear when I got home that this apartment is largely to do with that. This place makes me very unhappy being here because there's just like a lot of bad memories in this room. If I were to buy somewhere here, I could afford somewhere here. But if I were to buy somewhere here, it would probably be the same square footage. It would be probably 400 to 500 square feet and maybe a patio, maybe not. And I really want a little bit more square footage to be able to handle like working from home better, basically. Like if I could get like 600-700 square feet or a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom with den, that would fix that problem. And the second thing is where I live, you could even look it up. There's like no nightlife. There's 2 bars. One of them is too expensive. And then the other one is fine. And I like it, but it's a hotel bar and it's not great. I like the people who work there though. And there isn't anything for young people to do. And so I want to move somewhere where there's more nightlife, where there's more things that I can do, more activities. And I want to move somewhere with better bike infrastructure. So yeah, I'm going to be staying in BC, but I'm going to move to a different city in BC. Not far away though, within 100 kilometers. I want to move to Vancouver Island, where things are closer together. There's universities, so there's actually nightlife. There's actually places and things for me to do. Activities that I enjoy doing are there. And it's not that expensive to get back to the mainland as somebody who can just bring a laptop on a boat. So Oh, I've already changed my bed. Yeah. I used to own a queen-size bed. I own a twin XL. It's called I've accepted being single, I guess. Your family didn't let you here? So the only, like, useless dwarves I have are children. So would you like a child? I've been through so many new pillows, mate. I do live pretty close to Linus right now, yeah, actually. And the funny thing about Linus Tech Tips is they named their server Wannock, which is the name of the town that I grew up in. I say town because it's a population of like 300 people. Although there might be more now because they've been building suburbs up there. Shy Phantasmata enjoys being in crowds, is slow to anger, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he sometimes acts without deliberations. He finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really... And really wants a drink. I guess his mom needs to give him a drink. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values tradition and does not respect the law, like most children. And he likes rutile and bismuth bronze, as well as rose quartz and crystal glass, short swords and shields, and windows and blue peafowls for their coloration. And yetis for their white fur, and the words of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the gem of silver, and when possible prefers to consume banded knife fish and two-humped camel cheese. Oh yeah, I need to show you guys something. Your father is dead, rip UGDPY, but your mother is alive and well, as well as your auntie Lightast, and your cousin Emperor Iron. Nice big family you have. And you worship not the god of beauty, which is interesting. I think that's the god of fortresses. So I got this sucker here. This guy spits webs, so I'm going to need to make a web spitter place for him. So this is something else we need to do. Miserable little fella? Pretty much. Pretty much, I would say. Let's go up to here. And then it's going to go over to there. Making a little indirect pathway into below the fortress so that I can have a convenience spot to keep him. You know, maybe we'll do right here. Because right here wouldn't be a bad area. This is pretty close to the fort. I'm also going to just tell them to get rid of all these. How'd I trap the web spitter? It walked into an area and I had time to construct some doors, and I locked him in behind the doors. Is how I caught him. Something collapsed on the surface. Uh-oh. Got one dwarf unconscious. Bloody cave-in trees. Doesn't seem like anybody died from it, though. Which is good. Sorry about the coughing, but trying to get as far away from the microphone as possible when the coughs happen. It's this gosh darn cold I've had. It's just lingering. Also, Lanix, that's quite the streak. You interviewed a fish processor and cannery in Victoria several years ago? Yeah, no, Victoria's it's just a really nice place. And it's one of those cities where the only industries there are tourism and government and also university, basically. So unless you work in tourism or government, there's no reason to live there. And because their Airbnb rules updated before Vancouver did, and less people live there permanently, the Airbnb market basically becoming pointless in that city actually made housing prices drop more significantly than they did here. And also there's more supply than demand right now. So it's a good time to try. Copper waters. Metallic water. Copper water doesn't sound particularly appealing if you ask me, but what do I know? Lurk in space engies. Enjoy your space engies. A lot of random wooden armor I can sell here. I also think it's really funny because we've been attacked by the elves a couple times, and they keep attacking me with very tiny animal people, specifically echidna people. I was going to say hedgehog people, but echidna people. Among other things, like bug people. And so there's all this small clothing in my fort right now, which I find very amusing. Because they wear small boots, which is actually kind of nice. It's stopping my dwarves from equipping their gear. Because, you know, you don't really want them using wooden gear, right? How far would a goblin have to fall to die? So it depends on three things. What is the goblin wearing? Because armor can soak up fall damage in Dwarf Fortress. And what are they landing on? Damage is calculated based on the density of the thing that they're landing on. So essentially, if you drop a goblin with no armor, 30 Z levels, and they land on dirt, they might actually be okay. But if they land on obsidian or if they land on, say, like lead or galena or one of those other denser materials, then they'll just explode. If they're in armor, then it changes. So I would say just make a dense floor and make it like 20 layers deep or so. 10 to 15. Or if they land on spikes, they don't need to fall as far. Yeah, if you want to make a trampoline, make it featherwood. We had a forgotten beast, which we killed and probably didn't eat, but we did kill it. Sorry. Jeez. Yeah, falling on adamantine floor would do less damage than falling on stone floor. Is that actually how featherwood works? It's the least dense material in the game, or one of. I don't know if it's less dense than adamantine. But it is very not dense. Just gonna say, because I'm trying to get more rock salt in this fort, I'm gonna make a specific job for rock salt. Rock, or just rock blocks, and then let's do rock salt, which is right there, and let's just do 300 of it. Because we're just making sandstone blocks right now. And normal rock blocks, but I could just toss in a rock salt blocks job. Yeah, because featherwood is one of the least dense items in the game. Me and Tarn talked about this once, and pretty quickly, after talking to him about it, he more or less stated that featherwood is the equivalent of like a lighter, stronger, but less dense balsa wood. So it's a very, 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 very flimsy material, which is why they make great wheelbarrows and such. Because it's just a super flimsy material. Making tons of pigtail thread. And tons of cloth. Also, brewing is finally a functioning industry that we have, which is nice. Because we didn't have that for a while. Just have to wait for Amethyst to get back over here. Who's got an iron goblet and is wanting martial training. You thought all wood was just wood? No, every single material in Dwarf Fort has a different density. Which is both a positive and a negative. There you go. Go trade after handing out a drink. Oh, I thought of something else I should sell. But I will buy that pig iron bar. I will buy all the wood that they bring. They brought a water buffalo. Just gonna buy some leather. Not a ton, just some. Buy those steel bolts. I'll buy the fish for some food variety. Leaves and fruit for more food variety and fruit variety. And I'll buy the cheese for more food variety. I'm giving them a lot of profits, but that's so that we get more migrants. The other thing I want to bring over is ammo. Because I got a lot of wooden stuff that I don't need. All of that. It's not a ton of items, but hey, it's items. What is happening? They bring the thing that you buy a lot of. So if you bought a lot of food once, they will bring more food. That's generally how I understand the system to work. Okay, so now that this is done, I'm just going to block this off. And this off. And then it's just a matter of waiting for this down here to be good to go. Which it's probably getting there. It varies. It depends on the fortress and the events of each fortress. I mean, I personally enjoy starting new fortresses because of, like, strictly for selfish reasons. Starting new fortresses makes me more money because more people tune in when I start a new fortress. So for that reason, selfishly, I like starting new fortresses. That being said, it's probably around this point is what I would say is my favorite. Where you're kind of like in the middle point, you don't quite know how it's going to end, but you're kind of slowly getting there. I'm just checking other dwarves because all these dwarves want martial training. Which means I could just chuck dwarves into the fort and not really worry too much about it. Dreams of mastering a skill. There's no kills. Anger prone, thoughtless, inclined to abstract. Jesus. You stopped buying food. You were still buying some just to keep trading and kept making it worse. Hopefully one day they choose to bring something else. Food exclusively is annoying. I mean, you could just give them gifts 1 year. Like, don't purchase anything from them. Just give them gifts. and then see what they do. That would actually be my advice there. Soft and nervous, pleased by his appearance and talents. Let's throw you in. I'll say the only thing that can really ruin a fort for me is if the audience starts to get noticeably bored of it. That's something that can ruin a fort for me. But I do this as my job, so my experience on that's probably going to be different than most. Let's just pause these two. Pause that one. You have over 400 population. You have yet to be attacked by anything. Got any ideas on how to force them to come after you? You have to attack them. Because, like, if you're far away that they just haven't noticed you, they're probably not going to attack you. I mean, you can that's one of the lovely things about Dwarf Fortress is that you can kind of set up the game's difficulty based on where you settle, right? So if you settle somewhere that's close to places where enemies could attack you constantly, you'll get attacked. If you don't do that, that won't happen, right? So it depends on what sort of fort you want to play. Do you want to play a place where you're going to get attacked often? Okay, settle somewhere close to the baddies. Do you not want that? Okay, don't. You're a chronic restart guy? Well, I mean, then you just see lots more places in the world, which is also cool. In my opinion, anyway. At least I think that's cool. Also just going to get rid of this bridge and build across this side. Just trying to make this thing safer so that when we fight on it next, I don't drop a bunch of dwarves into the water. Just waiting for that bridge to be gone. That's part A right there. No, nope, no, nope. Let's just jump over to here. Mark all. It's 230. I'll just buy those 2 gems. Thank you. I'm quite enjoying this whole just put bedrooms kind of everywhere system that I've done in a couple forts now. Where, like, there isn't really any logic to the bedrooms. They just kind of go where they fit. Like, there's some logic to it, but not a ton. Keep hitting the wrong button. It's just, if there's a space, cram bedrooms in it. That's the logic. It tends to lead to really neat-looking little towns. To see if you manage to trade aluminum, but nobody wants to import it after years of trading? Have you tried requesting it? Because if the dwarves show up and they ask you what you want, right? So when you do the diplomacy screen, you could just request aluminum or native aluminum ore. This is another webbed critter. The Forgotten Beast Marat Rubisich has come. Rushin Galka Sasmich has come. A towering hairy mite. It has a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. That's terrifying. And it's somewhere where it can attack me. Well, Well, I could lock this door. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee that these dwarves aren't in the middle of it. Okay, well, let's just pause those. How you doing, Statue Sounds? Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. I would like to catch this thing and have more web-spitting industry. So what I think I'm going to do is just lock this door and hope that it's actually locked in there. And I will speed up the construction of getting that other forgotten beast dealt with. Well, it's certainly moving directly for something. You can't request because you're the capital of the Civ. If you trade with humans, they should allow, like, if you trade with non-dwarven factions or different dwarven factions, they should send diplomats that'll allow you to request. For the humans, it'll be the master treasurer. For the elves, it's some job. I can't remember what. Oh, you found a troll. Rip troll. But different factions have different diplomats and leaders that they will send that you can make requests from as the capital. So just an idea. That helps. Okay, let's see how this is going. Oh, sweet, we're almost there. Because they're damn close. Shaku!
Feels like such a non-number.
Thanks for the 22nd month. Welcome back, dude. Feels like such a non-number. Why? Because it's just two numbers in a row. It doesn't feel real. Chat, can I get a round of beers for unemployed Shaku helping keep this channel funded? One subscription at a time. Appreciate you, mate. Can also go down here and deconstruct these. An ad's gonna pop in 26 seconds here, so when it does, I will pause game. Do 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 do. All right. We'll let that work. I wonder if I can trap two forgotten beasts on either side. Like one on one side and one on the other, and then get them to shoot webs at each other. I wonder. I wonder. Hopefully you're okay. Donib, that sounds painful. You were just starting to jam to that tune when it ended? Yeah, right. It's such a jammable tune and it doesn't go long enough. I feel you there. Also, YouTube folks, thanks everybody for tuning in, but there's 67 of you watching and only 41 likes. I think we can probably get that number higher, most likely. Also, I'm curious, have any of you guys seen this? Because it's an automated Dwarf Fortress stream to make gladiators fight in a pit. Possibly, Talon. Possibly. I think I should probably just get them shooting them both at the same thing. But, yeah, here. I'll give it a shout out here on Twitch, but... So, go check it out or something. Maybe we'll raid it at some point. But yeah, no, you use channel commands to summon critters and then they fight. I feel like it should just automate summoning characters so that they automatically fight without people having to manually do it. Because then you could salty bet on it. But it seems like a neat concept, if nothing else. Also, this should actually just be walls. And some more migrants have arrived. It's probably going to be a big migrant wave once again. Poor empathy. Excellent. Yeah, you'll be okay in the military. Also already an adequate armor user. Have you killed anything? Nope. And you have a pet goat named Moses. No. It's Dominoc's older half-brother, who just moved in, who has poor spatial sense and avoids excitement. But dreams of mastering a skill. I don't think you'd be great in the military just because he avoids excitement. Strong and frail. Well, that can be trained. New background thing that streamers already use, but chat themed, is chat members spawn into DF Arena. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean like the little thingies that go at the bottom of the stream? I find those really distracting, so... Seeing the vast number of typos in it. Someone forgot to run it through ChatGPT, clearly. A were-camel named Stozu has come. This is a terrible timing for it, because there's a bunch of dwarves outside. It is crazed for blood and flesh. It's called Stozu. It's crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow amber. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the same one who's arrived before? I'm pretty sure it has. There is a book there. Oh no. It's chasing picture point. I'm just going to click this button. Picture point turns, runs directly at it. Wish this dwarf luck. He is a legendary hammer dwarf. So if any dwarf has a chance against this thing, it's going to be this dwarf. Jumps all the way over top of it and begins hitting it. The were-camel has missed twice, and he hit it twice. I read that as in the shell. I was like, you just hit a camel in the shell? No, it's the were creature. Does hit it in the head, which bruises its muscle, and it's bleeding. So this thing has attacked us before, but it hasn't successfully killed anything here. The were-camel misses it twice. He hits it again with his steel warhammer in the lower body, which also bruises it. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for this dwarf? Because this dwarf needs the good luck, I think. Hits it in the lower body, bruising it. Hits it in the right foot, bruising it. He's doing things backwards and bites the were-camel in the tongue, which is tearing its cheek skin. and bashes it in the lower arm, which bruises the muscle. The were-camel strikes, but the shot was blocked. And the were-camel is so dumb that it's not just going to chomp down while he's biting it in the mouth. The were-camel breaks the grip of his upper front teeth on his tongue. Captain bashes it in the hand, chipping the bone. Were-camel misses. The militia captain misses twice. Captain punches it in the left foot with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Strikes, but he misses. Because Picture Point managed to parry him with his hammer. The militia commander scratches the were-camel in the right hand. And which bends the lower arm. Misses again. He is tired, which is going to be the one real death sentence here. Continues fighting with the creature. Let's see, he blocked, misses, blocked, misses, misses, blocked, blocked, misses. The camel says, I've been injured badly. There is no hope. I don't think our militia captain here has said anything. I feel like I should just tell them to kill it. So I'm just going to do that. I don't know if any of them are close by, but... Bash, 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 miss, 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 miss. Strikes. Parried, miss, miss, miss. Yeah, I mean, if he gets tired, that will kill him. Although he did just fracture its skull. Was kind of hoping that he would get the teeth out of it, because then it can't kill him, or it can't turn him. It can still kill him, but it can't turn him. The militia commander kicks the were-camel in the right arm. It is still bleeding. Satisfied upon improving biting. Still all just misses. Oh. Were you fighting with a book? I think it was fighting with a book. Strikes at him, but he parried it. Still no hits. He's parrying around it. Are his teeth gone? Its teeth is gone, which means if it bites him, it's not gonna turn him now because his teeth are gone. So that's very good. Bashes it in the teeth with his hammer, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So now it's just a matter of finishing the job. He is still tired. Kind of expecting the creature to turn pretty soon. He is overexerted. And the creature is on and off bleeding. Oh, it should turn pretty soon. Come on. Still dodging. He's still blocking it. Even though, like, he's getting many hits in now. I'll use self-control. Oh, yeah, no, that would be such a dilemma, yeah? When you just completely lose self-control. Here comes backup, though. What a legend, man. The dwarves are all just surrounding the creature. Look at how fast he's training. Like, he's a talented wrestler now. Although this is a really good opportunity for my soldiers to train. Let's see if he's actually gotten any hits in at all. I mean, they're all just dodging him. Instead of Timbermorn, do you know if DF is usually included in the Steam sales? It was on sale during the weekend deal recently. Probably be on the winter sale. It's usually 10 to 15% off. It's generally the sales that it does. But it just finished one. Strikes the were-camel in the head with a steel shield. Okay, so you did get something. But what happened? Did it punch you? It pushes the wrestler in the hand, which bruises the bone, and that bends the wrist, which tears apart the muscle. So you didn't get bit. And he says, "Can it all end so quickly? This doesn't scare me. I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying." Look at all of these very talented fighting dwarves now. You'll love to see it. Dwarves continue to chase the were creature, hacking and slashing and gutting. I should play more Timberborn, but I will say that I bounced off of Timberborn pretty quickly because I found that it's just a game built around water, and at least at the time, I found Dwarf Fortress's water to be more interesting. But it does have like some neat flooding mechanics and whatnot. And now he's just, or she's just, a goblin who is now running as quickly as she can. And she screams, "I must withdraw." And my wrestlers are all so tired they had to catch her, but they did. And there she goes. Rest in peace, Stozu, the goblin. Is there a baby in the mix? Yep, there was a mom holding her baby. He feels blissful remembering becoming a parent, and mulling over this reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values and changed his personal tendencies. In what way? Uneasy upon dwelling upon becoming a parent, and became more merciful and learned to value leisure time. That is perfect. And felt fondness remembering becoming a parent, and became more merciful and learned to value merriment. And dwelling upon the frustration of trauma, he learned to value harmony. That's like kind of perfect. Like, I'm not a parent, but I need to screenshot this because that's kind of perfect. Like, I feel like being a parent would make you value leisure time more. Because, you know, you'd want to spend more time with your family, right? Just trying to screenshot this. There we go. Copy to clipboard instead of save. Are several of these dwarves wielding only shields? Yes. So if you type in ! gold, the theme of this fort is the only weapons I'm allowing my soldiers to use are artifacts. Which is why I have so many weaponsmiths in this fort, because I want a lot of artifact weapons. So that's what's up with that. Is artifact weapons. Also, wielding 2 shields, I've learned, makes dwarves extremely good at miscellaneous object and dodging, which is 2 very fun skills for a variety of reasons. Also, hey, Mind. You really must thank you for playing Caves of Cud. You bought it and you're playing your first character in it and loving it. Which means you don't have the most common achievement yet, if you're still playing your first character. Because you need to die to get the most common achievement. It's called Welcome to Cud. But cheers, man. Glad you're enjoying it. Always happy to help others find Cud. Because Cud truly is fantastic. I need to check my silk supply pretty soon, actually. Because silk crafts are actually very good trading materials. Oh, I could have gone further. And there we go. Would be great if it was more readable. What do you mean by more readable? Also, Pathos in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the 10 euros in Super Chat. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping streamer get a mortgage. Hey, YouTube chat. Can you guys hit that heart button a bunch? In Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Twipped, thanks for the 4th month, by the way, as well. So we need a round of beers for that anyways. How do you switch between pause and play so quickly during the fight? I think it's bound to period. Or I have it bound to period. I'm not sure what it's bound to by default, but there is a hotkey to move forward by 1 tick. Which I currently have Twitch chat selected, so I'm typing. But it does that. It moves it forward by 1 individual time piece per tap. And then when I'm in the combat screen, so if I go to this dwarf and click this, if this button is selected right here, then when you unpause, the game pauses again when the next combat activity happens. So when a dwarf hits something or dodges or gets hit or misses or whatever, then it uses that then, which I think is kind of nifty. This is just going to be for bolts. Happy to help, yeah. No, it's one of those things I kind of take for granted because, like, I've just played the game for so long, right? And when you've played a game like this for 1 trillion years, it's pretty easy to forget that, you know, not everybody knows everything about how these mechanics work. Yeah, I think I'm going to deconstruct this bridge. And this is the lever that's connected to that bridge. Yep. So we'll also deconstruct that. And then we will swap to over here for way in and out. At least on this side. Although this should probably just be all the way across. You always try to listen to the stream while working and relaxing since your work has downtime between events? Well, that's good. I'm always happy to hear that people have healthy ways of watching the stream because I could totally see how, well, I mean, for me, it's happened before. Like, watching the streams can become more of a negative, unhealthy impact than a positive impact. You know, you always want to have positive impacts on people's day-to-day and lives instead of the alternative. Yeah, I'll need a little bit more slate, but that's okay. And I'm thinking deconstruct that. So they come in and they go straight through here. Should be pretty nice. I don't watch Asmongold, but sometimes Asmongold is inflicted upon me. Yes, you just need to update DFHack to version 51 as well. So if you put Dwarf Fortress into the beta branch, you just have to select the same beta branch for DFHack. Just kind of realized that this doesn't work here, so I'm just going to deconstruct this, deconstruct that, and pause that. Just let them walk this way into here for snoozing. So this right here needs to be fixed. I'm trying to think what the best way to do that would be. It's probably just mine through these two walls here and just let them go that way, right? It's probably the way. He is a guy who's famous because people keep saying his name, so stop saying his name and he'll slowly become less famous. That's who he is. Suited. Personally, I kind of don't care. Because all it does is it causes drama, which just makes people like that get more renown. So, yeah, it's... Some people are best left undiscussed. It just kind of sucks, to be honest with you. Let's go here. Plop you down there. Some kind of self-punishment thing. Yeah. All right. I could see watching content like that as a form of self-hatred, though. All right, sandstone. Let's just plop that in there. And then let's get all of this smoothing. Not on that side, though, just this side. Let's go here and just plop some beds in. Because, you know, I am up to 160 dwarves now, practically, so I'm missing a door, though. Let's do chest. Rock chest, coffer, rock cabinet. Let's make 50 of each. I'm also going to increase the amount of clothing we're making to 60. I'm also going to add silk loincloths to the mix. And we'll just say 75. We'll do it yearly. Just going to push this up until it's in with the rest of the clothing. Sweet. Get yourself some better form of self-punishment. Yeah, grab a bag of ice cubes like the rest of us. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't want to discuss the guy because he just kind of makes me feel ill. Like, I don't have any real issue with his business model, like the React stuff. Like, that's an unlimited money button. Push it. But, like, what respect I did have for him is kind of, like, completely evaporated over the past 2 months. So, you know. He's one of those people that I just prefer doesn't get discussed in my chat because all it does is it benefits him. It's literally all it does. And I'd rather not benefit people like that if I can, you know? But I did make a video reacting to him reacting to the Dwarf Fortress review of that was made by IGN. And like, so I guess I have promoted him there, but at the same time, be careful who you're fans of, I'll say that. That or just never meet your heroes, one of the two. Let's just get rid of these. I'm gonna smooth this. I'm gonna go across here. Go sandstone. 2 wall pieces right there. Sandstone. Fill this in. Well, actually, instead of filling that in, let's just build a wall across here. Dig through this, all the way around to there. Fill all this in. Yeah, I don't know. I will say this. Kind of final thought on Asmongold. He's a living, breathing example of what not to do when you are in a position of power and have a large audience. Like how to not handle yourself as a public figure. That's all I really got. Severian Wolf, thank you very much for the 12th month. That's 1 whole year. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for so long. And I appreciate you helping keep me funded because I get to do this job because you fund it. So thank you. Let's make 10 gold hatch covers. I think I have enough gold. Yep, we should. I am now in an ad break. What do you guys think of the additions I've made to the front door here? I think it's starting to look a lot nicer. Just good publicly funded content. I don't know if I count as publicly funded, but I am crowdfunded. Stars more. I've seen you on you followed me on Blue Sky a minute ago, didn't you? Thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back, dude. Oh yeah, I'm on Blue Sky now, by the way. Well, I've been on Blue Sky for like a year, but I'm actively posting again. It's kind of wild how much interaction is on that site right now. Like, people are just dying to interact there. Like, I'm getting more interactions on Blue Sky right now and Mastodon than I think I ever got on Twitter. Also, VRZVN. Version. Is that supposed to be version? I don't know how to say that. Or if you're just supposed to spell it out. If you got a preferred way of stating your name, let me know. Call you Val, that works. You love DF? Me too. Thanks for the 3 months in advance. That's almost a hype train. Could theoretically be the 3rd hype train of the day. Or not. I really need to delete my Twitter, but I want to download all the photos first. Because there are photos on there that I don't have backups anywhere else. Which means I should probably do that soon, right? I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation because they finally meet with the mayor. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. And then they ask me what requests do I have, and I'm just going to say... I'm just going to request... no, I don't want to request coal. It's too heavy. I'm looking for other materials. You know what? Let's ask for musical instruments. Why not? Let's do that. Bring me some musical instruments. They want bracelets. Okay. Let's make... actually, how much silk do I have? 260? Let's make 80 cloth bracelets. Let's make 150 cloth bracelets. I mean, it's called Blue Sky. Or Mastodon. You don't need to call it Twitter. I'm pretty sure Twitter is still just Twitter, even though it's not called Twitter anymore. What do you guys think of this as a front door space? You guys think it looks nice? Because I think this is getting there. Unless it turns out to be an exclusive outlet for the content you're looking for. I mean, I'll tell you this. Basically, every single content creator that I know who was on Twitter has more or less moved to Blue Sky post Elon Musk's ban rule changes. You mean to ask, as a longtime lurker, does it benefit me more to watch Twitch or YouTube? If you're lurking, it doesn't really matter to me, as long as you're interacting a little bit. And by that, I mean occasionally clicking the channel points button on Twitch, or sharing the stream, or liking the stream on YouTube. It really doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, I just want people to watch me in the location that is the most comfortable for you. It's not perfectly symmetrical. That's intentional. I could make it symmetrical if you want. Although, actually, I should move this wall down one. Actually, why don't we just widen them? Well, I mean, I don't allow comments to be posted on my VODs. But do comment elsewhere in the on the videos. Basically, that's it. Like, if you want to support the work, just algorithmically, just, you know, interact with things when you see them. If you watch a video, leave it a like at the very least, you know? But yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to be super heavy on the, like, you know, watch this platform or that platform. But if you want to interact and get timely responses, Twitch is the better platform to watch. Because it is the one I look at more frequently. This is slowly getting constructed. Ever so slowly. There you go. It's a little bit more symmetrical now. We are naming it Steel Shields now. When I actually have enough subscribers on that website that it would be worth doing that. And I don't. Maybe someday. Because does a named item become an artifact? Yes, but they're just going to name their shields because I'm not letting them wield other weapons. That's not a way of making artifacts, in my opinion, for this. But the game does consider them an artifact once they are named. It's considered interactions. So Twitch doesn't have that many algorithms in it. Uh-oh, I used rock salt. Twitch doesn't have many algorithms for promotion, but it does have recommended channels. And it's more likely to recommend channels that have higher chat activity. And clicking that button is considered chat activity. It also allows me to get slightly higher ad revenue, but it's minuscule. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know how that's relevant to literally anything suited. Is it because his name sounds like algorithm? Okay, so let's go here. Ah, okay. Got it. It's all for the dad joke. I should have known. So I'm going to need a trapdoor there and a wall piece here. At least I've got a dwarf making a gold hatch cover. Getting to it. The progressive rhythm game. I feel like most rhythm games are progressive because they are like very bright, colorful games with a very wide casts of characters anyway. So that would just be normal DDR. All right, so this is going to be where I'm going to trap a critter or a forgotten beast. And I'm going to need to go right here. Plop down some flooring right there. Up to here. And then up to there. Sweet. And I can do sandstone on this corner. We'll plop a doorway right there. The hatch cover is going in right now. I'll plop a doorway right here. Actually, I want the door on the other side. And I'm also going to need to put it here. Otherwise, they'll see the creature diagonally. And that'll scare them. Gonna need to put a lever right there. Just gonna real quick put a garbage dump right here. Set everything here to be dumped. Remove all of it! Get rid of it. Except this can be paused. So I want them to use the one that's down here. Right beside the thing that I'm building. And a forgotten beast named Az has come. A great three-eyed petrosaur. It has a stubby horn and a bloated body. Its chestnut scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its poison gas. Only if they are lying down. Ice blue. Which also makes me think maybe I should just use that. Maybe I should use that forgotten beast as a cage trap webber. But then I'd probably web my own dwarves accidentally. Well, let's see where this creature is. You may want to look up. Yep, it's down here. Fortunately, it's something we can fight. I'm also going to send in the second squad now because they've had some time to practice. Let's follow the creature. How many kills does it have? None so far. Well, that's good. Hey, chat. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? Or, you know, just a vile force of darkness or something. I've just been saying round of beers for good luck a lot today, because clearly I need it. Oh boy. It kind of dodged around us. Geshud, the recruit, is the first one into combat. He's probably going to immediately die if I had to bet. But there's plenty of other dwarves like nice and close by. Let's just tell them to... Let's tell them to kill it. The dwarves all pop upstairs and probably begin whacking it. The recruit attacks the Forgotten Beast, but he jumps away. The recruit strikes the Forgotten Beast in the foot with a steel shield, bruising the scale. The Hammer Dwarf bashes it in the left wing with his hammer, bruising it. Gets struck with a copper bolt in the neck, which tore the muscle. That's probably going to cause some bleeding. Yep, is in fact bleeding. Recruit strikes it in the eyelid. The creature is bleeding pretty heavily. We'll have to see what this toxic gas does. Not seeing any effects just yet. Granted, the fighting's only just started. It's now enraged. The recruit is striking it repeatedly with his shield. I do have to ask, how's your shield skills? Well, you are a novice fighter. Adequate dodger. Dabbling shield user. Creature is winded and bleeding because a wrestler bit it in the upper leg, which bruised the scale and probably tore something, right? We've also got a Hammer Dwarf that bashed it in the upper body with a hammer, bruising the right lung. Down here, Thob seems to be terrified, but satisfied after improving his combat skills. This dwarf Yutaro wants to be around friends real bad. This dwarf over here, considering they're using one wooden shield, they are doing quite well. We also have... Aren't you a Marks dwarf? I thought I saw a Marks dwarf around here. No, okay, those are just two separate shield dwarfs. Creature's moved down a layer and is still bleeding, now heavily. Dwarves are getting covered with these toxic gases. Shoutouts to Datan here, who's also carrying her child. The baby doesn't feel anything after seeing a Forgotten Beast die, but doesn't seem to be too scared about the combat. Hang in there, baby Talon. And the Forgotten Beast is now dead. Let's see who got the last hit. The Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with Sidastod, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Let's just check for Spearmaster. So Emperor Iron got that one. Well done. Well done, I say. I'm going to follow them because I'm very curious about if there's going to be any negative effects from that gas. I'm not seeing anything right now. May take a little while to kick in. Hang in there. Yep, nope, kiddo survived. Gonna go attend a meeting. Give the top squad a break, I think. Let's take them off duty. For a little bit. So that they can go do other tasks for a wee bit. Struggle when playing it? You treat it as a game? So what do you mean? You try to min-max it too much? I mean, I like to tell people to try and think of playing Dwarf Fortress as playing D&D with yourself. Yeah, there's probably... There's probably a chance that I can butcher that creature, but let's just go re-enable this first. I'm going to need to make a better trash disposal there soon. You give up and start again? Yeah, I don't know how to help you with that. I would say Dwarf Fortress is a game about things not going your way. But I can say that all I want, and it's not going to change your enjoyment of the game based on that. So I don't know. I don't know if there is anything I can do to help that change for you. Did the Hammer Dwarf beat the Were-Camel? Oh, yeah. Took out all of his teeth, and then backup arrived, and while he did become exhausted, nobody got bit. And we killed it. After it became a goblin again. The goblin corpse in that... in the body pile is where he ended up. Let's actually just jump over to body parts or corpses for a second. I want to see if I can find that Forgotten Beast corpse. Okay, well, someone will have to haul it up here. All right, so this area right here just needs a door and then 2 more doors. Okay, so I did assign all these. Cool. How many more bedrooms do I need currently? Quite a few still. Jeez. It doesn't seem to have any infections. Unless you mean like were-creature infections. No were-creature infections, no. Nah, the creature just got beat in the head enough and then died. I mean, also, if a were-creature gets all of their teeth knocked out, they can't infect others. So, because they can't bite. So if they're in were-creature form and they get all their teeth knocked out, that's it. That's GG. They're done. Dwarfs win. Creature lose. They can gum chew you aggressively? Oh yeah, but it's not going to do much damage. You like playing a fortress until the wheels fall off? Yeah. Or get boring and then start over. I need to drain this at some point too. Does in fact make you cool. Smoking were-camels with a warhammer, sure. Smoking just straight camels, on the other hand, is debatable as to its coolness factor. Could make this one wider, but I kind of like the way it looks. Just wait until you find out how many pairs of socks one order of socks makes. And wait until you figure out how many mugs or goblets an order of goblets makes. They have like 6,000 volts. Hey, here's the thing. They're really good trade goods. You can also melt them down. So you could set them to be melted. And melt a good few of them down. How many socks? I think it's 4. And I'm pretty sure that's the same for mugs, too. But I actually need to look at the wiki for that one. Okay, so this is the side entrance. Hello, Tom T in the YouTube chat. Oh no, these are all artifact kills because the only weapons we're using are artifacts. So that spear is most certainly an artifact, YouTube chat. But yeah, sometimes you just learn the funny way. Kleenex. But if you're on your first fort and you're making bolts, you're doing pretty well. You sound like you are doing pretty damn well. Figuring things out nicely. What? What? We're not getting attacked by it. Why did... I have several questions here, Dwarf. It's also not deep enough to drown him. Are you just getting swimming lessons? No, you literally thought that jumping into the water and trying to drown yourself and then climbing out this way would be a faster pathing route. I need to block that. Huh. All right. Sure. Why not? Why not? And a shower, apparently. I mean, he's not wrong. It is actually the closer direction, but... Part of the cavern has collapsed? Oh. I did get a cave-in right here just now. Well, I should probably try and not do that. Can't remember if I selected ramps or floors for here, so let's just remake these. Also kind of want these to be floored up, just so it looks cleaner. All right, well, we're getting there, slowly. Dwarves can move diagonally, so it doesn't matter. Yes, and he did climb through that wall out of the water diagonally. Although there's probably a ramp beneath it. Yeah, there's a ramp right here. So he fell into the water, went onto the ramp, and then diagonally walked up the ramp and out. Sup, DF Gladiators. Neat little project you've got. That works then? You thought he just went straight up? No, he didn't. No, there's definitely a ramp under that water. I mean, all rivers have ramps at the edges. So... Also, someone here has claimed a totem? I didn't know dwarves could claim totems. Huh. The more you know. The more you know. All right, let's jump back down to here. Check this. I need to make a drawbridge that raises. And I need to put in a lever. And I also need to put in a rope. Now you want to make more totems? I try and queue them up when I remember. I just don't generally remember. There's so much depth in DF that you always learn something. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, I teach chat things, chat teaches me things. Halthane, what kind of dwarf do you want? We're about to get hit by an ad, so I can read the description while we're in the ad. I'm gonna put a animal here of some kind. Something useless like this kitten. In the third year, you've never been attacked before just by a visitor in the inn. Is that normal? Do you have threats nearby? Are you at war with other factions that are nearby? Difficulty settings, it doesn't really change what will attack you. What it changes is the frequency they'll attack you once they're attacking you. But if they're not attacking with you, i.e. if you're not at war with anybody who's close by, or you're not a big enough fortress for them to know who you are, then you'll never get attacked. So, is it normal? Sure. If you're playing in a way that would stop them from knowing where you are or how to get to you. Cook or a brewer with a beard? I probably don't. Okay, we do have two cooks, turns out. We'll give you this one then. They're probably not going to stay a cook for very long, though, because all the dwarves in this fortress are weaponsmiths, basically. He never feels tempted to overindulge in anything given it, and he is sloppy with his living space. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, never feels discouraged, often has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution for his past wrongs, and is conflicted by this part of himself as he tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to think before acting. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He often acts with compassion, and he tends to form negative views about things. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, so to elaborate on the YouTube comment for a second here, Dwarf Fortress is a game about making your own story. The game isn't going to provide that for you. You have to actively pursue it. And if you're in a place where you're not getting attacked because there's no enemy patrols nearby, which is very likely, especially if you're like medium to far away from other settlements, then you have to tell them that you're there. So go attack them. You have to initiate. Yeah, no problem, Gladiators. I don't use mods for a couple of reasons, but the main one being I'm known for making a lot of tutorials. So if I'm playing non-vanilla and forget what is and what isn't vanilla, that's not a great thing for people who pop in and ask for help and questions. Also, I personally don't feel that Dwarf Fortress really needs it because I've never really gotten bored of the vanilla game. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And personally, this dream was realized. He personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, but if peace at all costs, think that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and finds artwork boring and doesn't value loyalty. When you were still a cook. It's like getting your palm read. You do have an aunt who lives here who's in the military, and a cousin who passed away. And, welcome to the fort. You've equipped one of them new loincloths. All right, I'm going to lock this door and this door. Then I'm going to go all the way down here, and we're just going to do an eyeball check of what is down here. Just making sure there's no dwarves in this, basically. Then I'm going to open... actually, no, I'm not going to open these just yet, because there's something else I need to do first. Also, I'm just going to hotkey a few things. This will be F5. And this will be F4. Okay, so what I need to do first is I need to hook up this lever to that, and then pull it. Okay, so another thing, Angelo, is by default, unless you've changed your settings, the goblins won't notice you're there unless they happen upon you with a patrol or you have more than 80 dwarves, because more than 80 dwarves makes enough noise that they then notice you naturally. So if you don't have more than 80 dwarves, then you're not going to start getting attacked by goblins anyway, unless they stumble upon you with a patrol, which is possible. That's where things show up and then they immediately leave. And then they start sending snatchers. They may send snatchers if they're super active, but that's not, again, that's not guaranteed. Okay, so let's jump down to F5. And open this up. And then lock this door behind him. And follow him. It begins. So this guy, Crumble Goads, does in fact shoot webs. Then I just go here, lock that, go here, lock that, and then go pull this lever. You don't need a mod for that, Zavi. All that mod is doing is adjusting these, okay? But because you have a mod installed, it probably hasn't changed your enemy population triggers. So when you hit 20 dwarves, if the goblins know you're there, they'll send snatchers, right? When you're at 50 dwarves, if the goblins know you're there, they'll send small raids. But by default, they don't know that you're there until you hit 80. So you're going to want to lower these numbers in your difficulty settings. I need to sneeze, hold on. Cough, rather. So do lower those numbers, basically. Okay, I need to unlock these doors, or this door, but can't do that without killing him, so we'll just get a dwarf to come in here and do that, then I'll unlock this on this side, and then I will put a sandstone block there, and then a sandstone block there, basically. So if the other one gets done first, I'll cut in this side so that they can get to it. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that people use mods to fix or change, which don't need mods at all. Another one that I see all the time is people using mods to completely disable aquifers. which I wouldn't recommend doing because you can just disable aquifers in the game's world settings while generating a world. So there's a lot of kind of like very, quite literally pointless mods in Dwarf Fort that don't need to exist, really. And I would argue that that is one of them. Animal caretaker has been possessed. Well, that's not good. Hopefully you have some of the proper skills. You are a master weaponsmith. Okay. So our master weaponsmith runs all the way over to the forge. Grabs steel bars. Okay. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? Or too bored to set them? Why is it... I mean, how often are you generating a world? Besides, players should be learning how to use aquifers anyway. The, like, old school advice of, like, never play with an aquifer is kind of bad advice these days. Aquifers are very, very, very useful. I mean, it would be nice to get a steel axe. And another forgotten beast named You Could do it. GitHub Tub. Umausu. Kazkama giant. Three-eyed spider. Has a pair of squat antennae and a bloated body. Its eye glows fuchsia. Beware its poison bite. That's terrifying because it probably has webs. Although it is in the layer where I can't currently get to it. So now the question is that other forgotten beast still alive? And is it going to immediately go die to it? I think the answer is probably yes. Well, I'll tell you this. You're robbing yourself of one of Dwarf Fortress's coolest experiences. So Uquad is dying to Myrat, but they're also bleeding heavily. Myrat did kill it, who is a towering hairy mite with webs and a shell. If it keeps bleeding and bleeds out, that would actually be kind of great. It is still bleeding. That's a lot of bleeding. It is possible that it's poisoned and just going to bleed out. Aw, man. Did make it quite a bit weaker, though. But yeah, no, if you are not playing in the same world with multiple forts, I would actively state that you are cheating yourself out of the best features of the game. We've been trying to avoid spoilers, but your fort seems to be doing great without getting past elevation 0. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, right? And I've stated many times that playing Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself. Digging down is a way to make your fort interesting without having to attack things, right? If your fortress is doing fine, then yeah, stay on layer 1. But, like, you're making your dwarves live in dirt. It's not very dwarfy. What do you think the dwarves would do? Do you think the dwarves would be happy living near dirt, close to the surface? Or do you think they'd be happier with great sprawling mines? Also, you're probably playing on default generation, so you probably have all the metals. The default world gen settings sets minerals to everywhere, which means there's just like minerals literally everywhere, which is bad. I don't think that should be the default setting. Sparse should be the default setting. Because then you only get 1 or 2 different types of metal and you often need to dig quite far to find it. So if you're playing with metals set to everywhere, you'll be flooded with resources and never actually need to take part in trading or anything to get specific things, which to me kind of sucks. Because then you don't need to dig deeper, right? Unless you want to. Dwarf Fortress is a game that isn't going to give you events. You need to seek them out. So the deeper you go, the harder the game gets in some ways, but going deeper also gives you access to more things, right? Same reason, like, why would you ever attack something? Well, it's because they have something you want. Or you just want them gone. And the other thing is, like, if you're not generating multiple worlds, or if you're generating multiple worlds and not playing multiple forts in each world, Dwarf Fortress, like, any character who didn't die in the last fort, if as long as you're playing in the same faction, can show up in your fort. Or they can show up in your fort as a visitor, right? So if you have, like, a dwarf that you're super attached with, and they're in a fort in a faction called the Empire of Irons, right? Then when you play as the Sizzling Tongs, a different dwarven faction, then your dwarves from the Empire of Irons might show up as bards or adventurers. Or perhaps you're playing in the same faction again, then they'll show up as migrants. And then you'll have new, better dwarves from your previous fort, or injured, sad dwarves from your previous fort, depending on how it went, for you to try and rehabilitate in your next run. If you don't have reasons to learn, it's hard to learn how to use them. You know, Dwarf Fortress's greatest strengths are its greatest weaknesses. It is a game that doesn't restrict the player at all. The player basically has straight freedom to do whatever they want, whenever they want. And I think that this is a massive benefit to the game, but I also think that it can be a massive negative. And what I mean by that is it can be a negative in that if you are not used to games that are very self-driven, that can be a negative. Because the game is expecting a lot from the player. And by that, I mean, it's expecting you to be curious and seek out information. It's expecting you to try new things. And it's expecting you to operate within its rule set for the most interesting outcomes. But the player can just completely ignore that. Right? You can just refuse to try new systems each time. You can play with the default settings and never tweak them. And you don't need to play in the same world every time. So because the game isn't forcing you in a direction, if you're naturally very aimless, it can be hard to find a direction. But because the game is so open and doesn't restrict the player in any fashion, it allows for a lot of different kind of play to take place in its sandbox comfortably. So you could build a fortress with only 10 dwarves in it and make a public tavern and build a fortress entirely focused on farming and making drinks for visitors and only build on the surface. And you'll be fine. And you can get by like that. You could also literally recreate Moria. What do you prefer? You could build a massive war empire and go after a specific faction, or you could just be peace-loving, happy dwarves and live in the hills in small huts, right? Like it is a game that doesn't force the player to play in a particular style and doesn't force you to build in a particular order because there's no like progressive tech tree for different workshops. Like if I had to unlock a mason shop, I would be pissed. If I had to build a research station to unlock metalsmithing, I would be mad. If I had to do that in every fort, that would suck. And I'm very happy that this game doesn't do that. But if you're the sort of player who needs handholding or direction, it can be very hard to find that. I have no idea what you're even playing and you keep talking about these levels, Mind, so. But also, I would say avoiding spoilers for Dwarf Fortress might actually be a bad idea, but you do you. Oh, you're playing Caves of Cut. Got it. And your head exploded. Ah, normal Caves of Cut end. Well, here, let me give you something, Zovi. Or just for chat in general. Some of these aren't that accurate these days because it's an old wiki page. But there's this page on the Dwarf Fortress wiki called Playstyle Challenge. I'll link it in both chats. Advanced world settings are not adjusted by what's set in the simple screen. Advanced world settings are completely different than what is in the simple screen. They do not affect one another, Havoc. So if you set it to sparse, then go into the advanced world screen, you're back to everything unless you go to the mineral scarcity and change that number within the advanced world screen. But yeah, anyway, these are all different player victory goals. So these are all self-driven, but they all have their own little goals. So if you need goals, hopefully this can help. Some of them are quite fun too. Let's get them training. Cancel that order. I wonder why a bunch of you are running around without shields now. Maybe I just don't have enough shields. Steel. Shield. Let's just make 20. I mean, here's the thing. And I can say this about a trillion Dwarf Fortress things and it doesn't matter. That's a planned feature. Different starting scenarios is a planned feature for Dwarf Fortress. But it's a planned feature for Dwarf Fortress that's been a planned feature for a very long time. And we'll make it in sometime after Myths and Magic, I think. So, you know, we're not going to see that for a while yet. But realistically, I don't think Dwarf Fortress needs it. Like, it's something that would be nice, but at least for me, I don't consider that to be something that I would go out of my way to pursue. You think it's valid to learn the game doing these challenges? I think it's valid to learn the game in a way that you enjoy. The only wrong way to learn Dwarf Fortress, in my honest opinion, is by installing a trillion mods and then not learning how the game actually functions and then complaining when it doesn't function the way you think it should function. Because Dwarf Fortress has a lot of quirks that you can mod out. But you're gonna do a better job learning the game and get a better experience overall in the long run if you just learn to play the game the way it's intended. But I don't know. As long as you're enjoying the game, that's fine. One thing I will say, though, about getting to know dwarves is rather than having a small population, I actually recommend having a bit of a higher population and simply making main characters. As an example, right now we have Worm Wrangler, who's a military dwarf who kicked a giant danger noodle to death. And then we have Artifact Child, who was born the day his father created an artifact. These are my main characters for this fort. And if you find and name some main characters, then that will allow you to get to know a few of your dwarves at a time. And then you can focus on them. As an example, like, there are many dwarves in Lord of the Rings, but you only know the Fellowship of the Ring, right? There are many dwarves in The Hobbit, but you just know that little journeying party. Every story needs a main character. The thing that you need to remember about Krugsmash, though, and I love his content. He makes great stuff. 99% of what he's doing is bullshit. Like, it's him just extrapolating and imagining and ad-libbing and mad-libbing on top of things. So he's very good at reading in to the game's mechanics because he's played it for a really long time. But I think Krugsmash's videos can sometimes give new players maybe unrealistic expectations of how much information the game provides to you. The game isn't going to tell you a story like a Krugsmash video. You need to actively pursue trying to create that story. And being good at Dwarf Fortress is knowing how to contort the game into creating the outcomes that you think are satisfying. Toulon, the animal caretaker, has created Kogan Unul, a steel crossbow, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Which means I've got another crossbow dwarf I can make. Let's throw this adequate Marksdwarf into here. And you're going to get Kogun Anul. That one right there. Now once you've picked it up, Jasper is named his shield. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is like imagination, and it's an imagination engine. This is a steel crossbow. Our Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion rock salt cabochons, decorated with forgotten beast leather, large rat leather, and encircled with bands of steel and point-cut fire agates, not opals. And the object menaces with spikes of mica. On the item is an image of paddle-channeled, what? Paddle-channeled, the large, jagged, twisting metal greaves in goblin cap. On the item is an image of the Ink of Guilds, the slick metal battle axe, and rock salt. Welcome to the fort. And welcome to the new weapon that you now has. So these are all been used for training. Let's just go into my settings and only forbid ammo during sieges. I have a ghost I need to deal with. Labor standing orders. Sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. Got a fisher dwarf. Don't know where you died. Did you drown? I swear to Dwarf, man. Now I got Mark's Dwarf training. Ain't that nifty? And they can go very easily just reload their ammo supplies by running down here and grabbing them. And they go back up and start shooting again. Hey, Sniper, what up? Adventure Dan, man. Thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back. Can I get a couple beers for that, Jack? For fuck's sake. My cough is killing me. How am I? I'm okay. I mean, I've got a pretty bad cough, which you probably just heard. It's been lingering since I had a cold. Are you... I'm presuming you're not at sea currently, Sniper? Do you use bows instead of crossbows? I would recommend going into here, clicking equip, and then assigning a new or adding a new uniform and making it just be crossbows so that they don't use bows, because mixing ammunition in one squad is not great. It'll cause conflicts. And also I would recommend just not using bows in general because it's not a dwarven weapon, meaning dwarves can't use them by default. Gotta love them getting focused. Because they're practicing archery. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Bomrek is throwing a tantrum because he's possessed with UGDPY. I thought all my dwarves were memorialized, but I suppose not. Well, that's not going to be good for health. And it appears that we've lost a dwarf in the process. Also got several very seriously injured dwarves, including our chief medical dwarf. How many ghosts are in the fort? What? Okay, it seems to just be the 2 of them. I think I need to go a little further down to here. For some reason, I was under the impression that all my dwarves had been memorialized. I did also lose 2 military dwarves in there. Losing some more dwarves here. Worm Wrangler looks like they may die. Holy shit. You gotta love those possessions. Yep, they're still fighting. It's a pretty bad societal collapse right there. Seems Worm Wrangler is fighting still, although the fighting is just vomiting now. Let's check something. Okay, so I've got a bunch of dwarves storing item or bodies in tombs. So it does seem like they're getting carried out of here. Let me just check my doctors real quick. Okay, so my doctor and my diagnoser are both injured. My surgeon is not, so I need to make more doctors. Oh, and my chief medical dwarf died, I think. Yeah, 404 not found died. So, a possession is what? A ghost possessed a dwarf and made them tantrum, which is the worst possible tantrum you can get. Basically, they will fight until they keel over. Halthane, I'll give you a task. Odom, I'll give you a task. Doctor. Could be Cole. And a second bone doctor as well. Let's just see if they're all... Oh, wow. Both of them are injured. All right, let's add another doctor then. Maybe Aerith. Because I don't think Aerith was injured. Zuntir is... almost the bone doctor. Aerith is not injured. Okay, you're going to go diagnose. Yeah, 404 not found was one of the last ones to die. I mean, I play with ASCII turned off so that more people watch. Like, quite literally. I mean, I do swap between them sometimes to show things in ASCII. I like ASCII a lot. I think it's really nice. But enough people, like, the most obvious one is anybody who's colorblind basically can't play. Enough people have issues seeing it that it's just... It's not a smart business decision to stream primarily in ASCII if you're streaming Dwarf Art. Did they possess a military guy? No, but they possessed a guy in the middle of my military, who then immediately killed it. Which was the problem. Yeah, it's complicated if you're not used to it. But I like ASCII. ASCII's nice. I think if I were to stream an ASCII game, it would be a much simpler game. Dwarf Fortress is a bit overwhelming in the ASCII, even for people who play a lot of ASCII games. Practicing cutting all that bread, yeah. Practicing cutting up all those roasts. Okay, so I do need more tombs then. For a good while there, I was under the impression that I was just good, but I suppose not. And let's also see if I can place that other slab just yet. No. Just gonna hotkey this area because I haven't done that yet. Oh, no slab engraved. That's the one I need to do. This can be F6. No, I mean, I think that both view modes have their benefits. I think that the tile set is a lot more approachable for a new player, and I think that ASCII actually shows some information that the graphics set doesn't, such as like contaminants on walls. It's still easier for me to tell who's upset in ASCII, but what it doesn't do is it's not approachable to new folks who've never played ASCII games before. And I want my stream to be approachable, which is why I don't play in ASCII primarily, even though, personally, I do like ASCII. I'm actually going to use a dfhack command to make all of these tombs. Burial-C. It makes 11 tombs, which should all just be automatically assigned. There you go. These jobs. Well, that was chaotic. Remember to memorialize your ghosts, folks. There you go, Lanix. Worst part of ASCII is that it isn't multi-Z level. It never was multi-Z level, though. There was a dfhack script that called text will be text that made ASCII multi-level back in the day, but it was also the highest source of the game's crashes. Dwarf Fortress has always been a pretty stable game, all things considered. I feel like people give games like Dwarf Fortress a hard time for crashing because, like, if Dwarf Fortress crashes once every 150 hours of gameplay, that's better than most modern video games when it comes to number of crashes. So for me, I personally feel that that is an absolutely like acceptable amount of crashing, but text will be text used to make the game crash constantly. And it's part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress actually had a bad rap for a really long time, of being a game that crashed a lot, even though I would actually say that's not the most accurate thing in the world. These are all the dwarves that are resting currently in the hospital. Let's hope that we can get stirred paddles out of here. Desokan, thank you very much for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back, dude. I can do a very quick tour of the fortress because I haven't done one in a minute. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to wait until all this stuff gets constructed. So you're running all the way the hell over here. Cool. that's what I wanted to see. Ghost has been laid to rest, number 1. All right, so for the fortress, this is my front door, which is very unfinished. In fact, I might rethink how I'm actually going to build it. This is my kind of living area for dwarfs, part 1. Whoops. And I just hit the wrong button. This right here is kind of my kitchens, as well as some various crafting and part of my clothing industry and my silk industry, and my leather making industry, tanning and butchery and such, brewing, food, whatnot. Over here is just stoneworking and soon to be some crafts shops, which I should probably place some more of actually, because I deconstructed my other one. I may not have any right now. This is my very tiny metalworks industry and metalworks guild hall, which, by the way, guild halls teach dwarves how to do skills. Very useful. They also satisfy the need to learn skills, which means you don't have to have everybody training as much. This is my barracks and also side door. This is a temple. This is some farming. This is a little bit of power and a pump stack. If I move down a little ways, we've got an artificial river. This is some drainage as well as a corpse pile, which needs to get put away because there's a lot of bodies still. As I go down to here, this is where tombs are, and I probably need to place a bunch more of these. And then if I keep scrolling down, we got minecart routes rolling down through the cavern layers. That's the first cavern layer. And then this is just a big open hole, which goes all the way down to the magma sea. This is the third cavern layer. And then that's the magma sea. That's the very quick thing. Also, one layer up, mostly bedrooms. We have a tavern and furniture storage. I still think that stuff gives too much information. Ross Ames. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Death Okon keeping that sub alive for 6 months? If you're subscribed to the channel or not, just type in the word beer. Or use my beers emote. Or the beers emoji. Or the beer emoji. Or other words for beer. I'm going to go close the sliding glass door because there's a leaf blower outside of my apartment. It's loud. That's barely even an option. Yeah, the landscapers are here cleaning up garbage. Yeah, I'm starting to rethink this. I think what I'm going to do is this. Let's just rebuild it. Because I'm presuming that there are blocks that are too far away. So I'm wondering if restarting that job will fix it and allow them to do it again. Okay, what are we waiting on here? Needs cleaning and immobilization. Let's check my doctors. I'm going to add 1 or 2 more. Let's add another diagnoser. Let's add another doctor. Let's add another bone doctor. And an additional surgeon. Because it is likely... Yeah, I also need splints and crutches. Okay, so let's go wood splint and wood crutch. We'll just make 15 of each. Those should get made pretty quick too. Because my wood crafting can just get done over here. Why do I have so much water surrounding my fort? The answer to the vast majority of those questions is going to be because it looks pretty. But having ample access to water is good because it allows me to produce power because this water is flowing. This is a river that I created myself. And What am I doing with the demon I got? That's not a demon, it's a forgotten beast. I'm gonna use it to farm silk. But I'll be completely honest, I've been distracted for a little bit, so let's see if it works. Kind of had a lot happen in the not so far away past. Because this thing has an ability which is it shoots webs. So if I pull this lever, then it should shoot webs at this cat. So it's impossible for me to actually tell you how many hours I have in this game. I wish I could. The reason it's impossible for me to tell you is because it turns out that the hour count for this game wasn't tracked before it released on Steam. So I have no idea. Like, I genuinely have no idea. Because I have thousands of pre-Steam hours. So. The webbing beast rejects my offering? Well, it shouldn't. I may have to put more animals in here. It knows what it did. It likes cats. That would be funny if it did, actually. But I don't think it gets any particular... Yeah, it doesn't get any preferences because it's not... It's not a intelligent thing. Oh, wow, I need a doctor's guild. I made enough doctors that they need a doctor's guild. That's very funny. There's also a ghost right there. Did I not get you dealt with yet? Also, this needs to be fixed. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd think that I blocked off my own entryway. But I haven't. I think I'm going to take these two squads off of training. Because we need to get this sorted. All of these injured dwarves need to be tended to. Left hand needs cleaning. Let's also double check orderlies. It is set to everybody does this. You always stick a military dwarf in there for a few seconds. You literally cannot attack him. Yeah, I mean, that is a way to do it, but I don't really want to traumatize my military. Especially if I can avoid it. Okay, so I'm going to just go into here and just pause all these for right now. I've got a lot of work that needs to be paused until we're through this issue here. And, like, nobody's doing any tasks, which is pretty clear at this point. Let's also do something I don't normally do, which is I'm going to go to chores. I'm going to allow children to do chores, which will help with cleaning and such. Yep. And also, I'm going to take these two squads and put them to no orders. I'm going to take them off training for a little bit. Let them also go help. You want to be a beardless dwarf. Any preference on gerb? And arrest some folk for loitering or something? Well, I mean, you can't arrest folk for loitering, but... Amber Dragon is impervious to the effects of stress, truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Although she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She is an optimist, and she is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and is trusting. Takes off her helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She rarely feels discouraged and likes to take it easy and likes a little excitement now and then. And she is quick to anger and occasionally can overindulge. Speaks very rapidly when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. Thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and hates loyalty and values cunning. She likes native aluminum and bronze, as well as almandine and giant rat leather. Shields, in the words of the Cyclopean meditation. And prefers to consume ratweed, swamp whiskey, and bee royal jelly. Can't stand slugs. Her husband is Utoro, and she has 2 children, Kib and Lolar. Welcome to the fort. Oh, you were scrolled down? Yeah, that definitely would do it. I say that seems like a user issue, not a production issue. It's kind of fascinating when this happens. It's like the dwarves are also desperately in need of socializing that they're refusing to do other tasks. But they are doing them. They just... What they need right now is we need the hospital to be fully supplied and stocked. And because... they're all just trying to stock the hospital right now, and none of them can. To get these dwarves out of the hospital, they're just like short-circuiting and refusing to do other tasks. That's currently what's happening. But making all these should fix this. Keyword here is should. I should also make soap at some point. Let's just put 20 cloth and 20 thread into here. Add another bucket. Let's also make wooden buckets. So let's see. Yeah, see, now we're seeing these jobs go through, like a immobilized break. And that's what you want to be seeing. Because these dwarves need immobilization. And I want them to heal properly. And in order for them to heal properly, well, they need thread, they need cloth, and they need crutches and splints. What, that you have too many injured dwarves and, like, critical tasks that need to be done so that they don't prioritize less critical tasks? I mean, here's actually a way to fix this. Only selected do this. And basically just select my medical dwarves plus a few other dwarves to do orderlies. That will solve this problem. Because right now, everybody is trying to do orderlies. So because everybody's trying to do orderlies, and there's no capabilities for them to do orderlies, suddenly other tasks are happening again. Because everybody is trying to immobilize break, but there's nothing to immobilize break with. Does that make sense? So now that I've done that, all these other tasks should start getting done again. And just looking at this, you can already see more dwarves are getting that stuff done. More dwarves are getting other tasks done. You know, just a pro tip. Although not all of my doctors have that assigned, now that I see it. Such as Edzul as an example. Edzul doesn't have our orderlies assigned. Neither does Aerith, but you are making splints, so you're helping. Speaking of medical dwarves, you have a dwarf that got turned into a zombie but won't stop bleeding, and I've had one of the medical necromancers working on him for well over a year. Any tips? They'll eventually fix him. They'll eventually fix him. I've absolutely had, like, undead dwarves stay undead like that for a very long time. Or just stay bleeding for a very long time, even. Satisfied at work. Now cleaning. Double checking I have a water source, which I do. Dwarves are actually brewing drinks from plants again. All right, so something I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to get a soap industry mate working because I need some soap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. And I'm just, well, I feel like it should be over here. So let's just go here and make a soap maker's workshop. I need an empty bucket to do that. Okay, well, I will wait until there is an empty bucket. Or I don't need to. I just need to forbid and unforbid that one. And then I need to go soap maker shop. And we'll just make one. That's fine. And then I need an ashery. The ashery is going to go over here. That needs an empty barrel. Well, guess I need to make a barrel then. I don't completely understand most of its mechanics. Finally, UGDPY was laid to rest. Yeah, I don't understand most of this game's mechanics. I understand a lot of them, but I don't understand most of them. And I have tens of thousands of hours in this game. Possibly, maybe even more. It's really hard to say exactly how many hours I have. All I know is that I have a lot. Ashery. There we go. And look, everybody's just putting everything away now because suddenly the dwarves are realizing, oh yeah, no, there's other jobs that I can do that are not, you know. Ash. LYE. Make lie. That are not tend to wounds. Soap from tallow. Just going to do 100 of each of these. 100. 100. 100. So that's going to make lye. That'll make... These will make ash. This will make lye. And then soap will be made at the... Apparently it got destroyed. Soap maker's workshop. That or it got canceled. One of the two. Need access to an empty bucket. I must have used a bucket from the wrong... Yeah, I must have used that bucket twice. Okay, well, let's just make another bucket then. It's okay, they can get started making lye without me. Here's the thing. If you click on your own name, it tells you when you followed. So you followed me October 17th, 2020. Oh, Sam's. I don't like unnecessary chat spam, and that's all that follow age really does. But if you click on your own username, that will... Okay, we've got dwarves placing items in tombs. Another were-camel has arrived. This is Dostin Stukos. A large camel twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow amber. Its black hair is very curly. Now you will know why you fear the night. To which I have to say, I already feared the night. Why you gotta make me fear it so much more? Shite. Let's get you... Actually, let's get these two squads to go stand right here. It's currently fighting with my livestock outside. Seems to have killed one of my goats. But the day just rolled over, so maybe it'll stop being a were creature in a moment. Yeah, well, I've told you now. But when you're on a computer the next time, you can check. Of not getting a wheelbarrow and trying to bring a rock block from the magma sea. You mean a rock boulder? It's like, hold on, gotta carry this obsidian from layer minus 200 to the top layer. Now there's a dwarf coming outside. It's fighting with Toulon, the animal caretaker. Who is now the dead animal caretaker. Now it's fighting with Butch Cats, who hasn't been bit. I will say that this miner is a very talented military dwarf. Punches, scratches. What are you attacking it with? Oh, you've got an artifact bow. This is a steel bow. It is encrusted with rectangular cobaltite cabochons. Huh. Okay. Well, that's kind of fascinating. An ad break's about to hit. I will not unpause the game until the ads are done. What did little UGDPY do again? I'm pretty sure you died during the giant bird invasions. And then you came back as a ghost, possessed somebody, and caused that ghost to kill a bunch of people. Miner punches it. All right, ads are running, so I will wait. But yeah, then you became a possessor ghost and murked a bunch of things. So he's using a bow like a staff. Well, sometimes creatures like were creatures can appear with weapons or artifacts. And it's cool when they do. I like it when they bring artifact coffins. That's my personal favorite. I once got attacked by an army of zombies, and most of them were wielding artifact bone coffins, which is pretty badass and also just kind of hysterical because it's like, oh, they're zombies and they brought their own coffins. It's like bringing a bedroll to go camping. Thanks for your guides. You really appreciate them. You started the game since the Steam release, and you've built a few fortresses, though you've met some unfortunate ends due to dragons and Brog's Claws. Hey, those are interesting ways to die, though. And other surprises. And right now you have 200 dwarf fortress with a strong military and traps, but you're getting kind of bored. Do you have any advice on how to add more fun to your fortress? I mean, we were kind of talking about this earlier. That's a wiki page that might help. Dwarf Fortress is a game about, like, you know, setting your own expectations and goals, right? If you're getting bored with a fortress, it's either time to move on to the next one or it's time to set a goal. And goals are all player driven, right? Okay, so we're through the ad now. He seems to just be biting. The miner scratches the camel on the lower leg. It's literally just Butch Cats versus the Frosty. Rhythmic Steel the Frosty. The miner punches it in the head. And it is no longer the full moon. I'm just going to cancel that because he's gone. I'd swear that task was done. Oh, slab is engraved. Okay, someone's just placing it somewhere then. It's on its way to a stockpile. Okay, good news is hospital's pretty much done. We've just got one more dwarf in the hospital who's in traction, who needs a crutch, and they just need to bring her a crutch, and she's good. No, like IRL die of old age, not just die of old age. Like in real life, you might die of old age. There you go. Cyanide can go right there. I'm gonna go over to here and actually just manually delete all this stuff, which will start her all up again. See how many store item and tomb tasks we have. Actually, I don't think we have any. Yeah, we're just making slabs. All right, I gotta go make some more coffins then. No, actually I don't. Because otherwise these would have dwarves assigned to them. Okay, so we should be good then. Cyanide, the legendary hammer dwarf, has been laid to rest. Good. I both grow mint and use mint, yes. I don't think I'm ever going to become a distro hopper. Because I'll be honest with you, I just like finding a thing that works and then rolling with it. And it works, so I'm going to roll with it. I haven't talked about Legends mode once today, so I don't know what you're talking about. Unless you're asking permission to talk about Legends mode, at which point, why would you need to ask permission to talk about Legends mode? I'm confused. All right. We'll get this stuff constructed. I think I got all those materials made out of the right stuff. I think. But it's been 3 years now. Sounds like none of them survived. I will say, sending dwarves to retrieve artifacts is something that you shouldn't be doing if you're new to the game, because there's some pretty specific skills you need, and there's some pretty specific knowledge that you need in order for it to function. It's not an easy thing to complete. And you probably need to scout the area first in adventure mode and make sure it's even there. Because rumors are not always accurate, and that's all that you have about retrieving artifacts is rumors. And rumors are rarely one-to-one accurate information. They're usually outdated. Because they're going around asking people where the artifact is. You've never seen a hostile treasure hunter trying to sneak into your fortress? I've seen that before. It's always kind of funny when it happens. Let's check bars. Got quite a bit of gold. Let's do 10 gold statues. Then I'm also going to go back over to labor, standing orders, chores. Children don't do chores. And let's go here and make some rock toys. I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about, Rockcat, because I haven't even read your question yet. Do you think it would be cool and or interesting if sometimes people would make artifacts and then be cursed by gods for not dedicating an artifact to a site or temple? I don't know how that would work. Okay, number one, you should know me well enough by now. I don't speculate on mechanics. I know that Tarn has talked about other magical effects on artifacts. Would it be cool? Sure. Is it a thing? No. So why is it relevant or why does it matter? I guess I don't get the point. And also, how is that a Legends or World Gen question? It's a hypothetical feature that doesn't exist. It's neither of those things, in fact. So, I mean, that's all it is. It's a speculation. It's a speculation on a mechanic that doesn't exist as an idea, which is an interesting idea, but I don't know. I don't really have anything to say. Would it be cool? Sure. Is it a thing? No. What more do you want me to say? No, the game will not notify you if they die. The game will also not notify you if they defect. Both of those are things they can do. See, here's the thing. I'm going to give you this advice a second time today, Kleenex. It is wise to not be super worried about spoilers in Dwarf Fortress. Because if you're super worried about spoilers, there are some mechanics I guarantee you will take you decades to figure out. If that is something you're okay with, then by all means, enjoy. But do keep in mind that there are mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that will take you a very, very, very long time to wrap your head around. Because there's a lot of mechanics in this game that are kind of not designed to be figure-outable, unless you either ask for help or intentionally seek out information. Also, another thing is, yeah, sure, I guess you could say I'm saying there's a chance. Another thing is, I am very much I talk about spoilers on this stream channel, so just take that kind of as a warning. I presume that if you're watching streams of Dwarf Fortress, you want information about Dwarf Fortress, and I don't consider most things to be spoilers. So do keep that in mind. Kind of a sort of warning, I suppose. You know, people have like I know you're joking, Bonesaw, but I've had people get legitimately mad about me refusing to do that. I had someone once accuse me of intentionally breaking tradition and betraying the community, which I thought was very funny. Used to be able to get banned from the forums for not calling the endgame stuff clowns. Yeah, I've also known people who stumbled upon the endgame stuff, Simpa, and then quit the game because it killed their fort. And they were not happy having lost a lot of time. And their most recent save was very far back. So I guess it depends on the personality of the person. For some people, not knowing is cool. For other people, knowing is cool. You forgot to smooth a wall with an aquifer? That'd be a very slow flooding, man. Unless it was a heavy aquifer, in which case, respect. Also, silk, rope. Oh, that's the wrong button. And let's say rock table. Let's use cobaltite. And do rock traction benches. Or just traction benches, rather, not rock. I'm building a hospital, by the way, if you're wondering. You've been tabled, but have you been catted? There we go. Guild is satisfied. Craftsdwarf's guild has been established? That's kind of surprising. Also, hey, Jeeves. Today years old when you learned that locked doors were no longer invulnerable to destruction by building destroyers? It depends on the building destroyer level. And I'm pretty sure that it's always been this way. That locked doors were always indestructible to lower level building destroyers. I'd need to go back to older versions of the game and do a bunch of science, but I'm pretty sure it's always been the case. Because I've had people complain that doors are still, quote, broken. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they were always like this. There was just another locking setting that didn't actually stop building destroyers before, which would let pets go through, which also would wreck your frame rate. So I genuinely wonder. I don't know. Also, yeah, gremlins and ghosts can open locked doors. If a ghost passes through a locked door, it opens. All right, let's check this. Okay, currently no ghosts. The Company of Planks has many members in Cloudthunder and now requires a guild hall. Craftsdwarf's Guild. That's unfortunate. All right, well, I can make a Craftsdwarf's Guild over here. I need to make some more beds anyway, so this may not be a bad spot for it. The hard way that none have weaknesses. Even magma-safe ones have a weakness. There is a thing that can destroy magma-safe drawbridges. Actually, I think there's two things, but one of them specifically, which is always at the front of my brain when I'm designing my forts. Yeah, I mean, if something showed up and destroyed the bridges that I'm building right now, I'd be very sad. So, yes, horror indeed. Jesus fuck. This cough is killing me. What's up, Enderstone? Welcome back, Telenartho. You would love to know what would take a decade to discover? Gnomes exist. The fact that fall damage is calculated by the density of the item they land on and not, excuse me, and not the height that they fall from. Different weights of materials and what impacts damage. A lot of like granular mechanical things. Primarily. Also got an artifact being made, which is another weaponsmith, which I'll follow in a second. I'm just gonna go look for some logs I can hack down. I mean, obviously it's not gonna be the gameplay critical things that would take a long time to learn. The stuff that would take a long time to learn is generally going to be the more obtuse, hard to track down mechanics. So this dwarf just hauled tin. So whatever they're making, it's going to be made of tin, probably. Oh, hey, it worked. Or it works now. I was going to put more animals in here, but I think I can start collecting this stuff. Also that, Russ Ames. Like people, or that, and it's also not like pre-planned at all. A lot of people presume that it would be like Minecraft. All right, kidders, I need you to go south. Come on. There you go. Cat's like, oh God. Oh God, why? Okay, yeah, it looks like I need to just put a wall back here. Dude's bloody nearsighted. They just won't do it. Sounds like Jeeves already has the thing I would have said. Jeeves already suggested the thing I would have said. Let's set this squad to ready. Actually, let's set all of these to ready. If they're not, want them to keep their gear equipped. Okay, so let's lock this and pull this. You can increase the number of invaders they can send in the difficulty settings. I mean, I've set it up to like 1,000, so they're sending 1,000 invaders at a time. There you go. Let him do his thing slowly. This up here is going to become the Cloudthunder's Guild. Yeah, by default, they have pretty strict caps, and that's for performance reasons. But if you don't want or don't care if your frame rate is perfect, you can set that number as high as you like. I think it caps at 2,000, though. Just for, like, game engine reasons. Oh, that's an aquifer. Can count on one hand. You know, one of my biggest dislikes of the current version of the game is diamonds are extremely common now because of the way adamantine spawns. I can tell you on one hand the number of times I saw a diamond before premium came out. Now I find them in every fort. That makes me kind of sad because diamonds used to be exceptionally rare and exceedingly valuable. But now they're like, you know, it's kind of something you find in every fort inevitably. That kind of bums me out. Bismuth? I don't think I've found native bismuth. So maybe you just got lucky. Now, trying to swim in the middle of an ocean would crash your game from all the memory it tried to hoard. Also, yo, what up? First time catching me live. I mean, this seems like a you problem. Oceans are very crashy in Dwarf, which is one of the reasons why we can't settle on them entirely. And in adventure mode, they're also crashy. But if you're getting crashes, you should report the crash logs. The Forgotten Beast, Sarek, Lash Hidon Smil, Folsim has come, a giant scaly slug. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Its auburn scales are round and far apart. Beware its webs. Why do they always have webs? Well, it's going to fight with that other beastie then. Although this one can fly, which is kind of terrifying. So it may just fly outside. Also, I have a drawbridge I gotta put into a place. Actually, let's just do that right now before I forget. This here needs a drawbridge. This needs to get moved. Also, this thing right here is an artifact. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, though. So for right now, we'll just store it, because I'm not going to use a bow. You're working furiously with tin, 4 pieces of rock salt, a Forgotten Beast's mangled bone, which is pretty dope, and fire agates. The problem is this thing can just fly to the surface if it doesn't fight with that other Forgotten Beast. So I'm hoping it fights with the other Forgotten Beast. Yep. Spitalice the Deep Juices is terrifying. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be flying out. A second tin battle axe. Doran has created Iden Zersul, a tin battle axe, and offers it to the that and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I'm just going to give it to this dwarf, and I'll check in on them in a minute. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. It's fighting with a Crundle, or not a Crundle, a Troglodyte. Okay, so there's this guy. Oh, maybe the other one died. So then I do need to fight it. Well, this sucker's not being particularly useful. Let's see if I can get him out this way. Got an ad break coming. Dwarves are very busy with a lot of tasks right now. Holy jeez. Yeah, it's kind of neat because this world has no necromancy in it. It just happened naturally. I had no real influence or impact on it. No, this is a super old world. It's 1,019 years old. But humans who normally start necromancy first got completely obliterated in the first 50 years. And because goblins and elves can't become necromancers, and there was only one dwarven faction, and the dwarven faction was constantly being beaten into submission by the goblins never actually had a chance to gain any kind of superiority. Yeah, it is kind of nifty. I do kind of feel like I must have accidentally done something here. Block this. Oh, I know what they're doing. They're going for logs. That'd be it. All right. I need to take a toilet break real quick, chat. Just a heads up. I'm still $11 away from my daily minimum. But we're getting there. And since there's an ad break running, I'm going to go take a piss. I will be back in a sec.
cheese for everyone!
Returned. Let's go hook up that drawbridge. Let's go hook up that drawbridge. Because you are hooked up. So this guy right here, you're going to get linked to this. A wall piece is going to be put right here. And this dwarf is still injured. Ability to stand lost. What do you need? You need a crutch? Is there no crutches in here? Oh, there's crutches. There's also soap. All right, so now that that's hooked up, the other thing I need to hook up is this. So this bridge right here. I swear that I had a lever right around here that I hadn't deconstructed, but plop you in right there. And then you're going to get hooked up to that and then pulled. At the end here, that's going to get that placed. This dwarf is taking a nap. Play in a world that is the age of goblins. You try to reverse it back to the age of dwarves with a unique and weak dwarven civ. Oh, that's interesting. What makes them unique, if I can ask? Let's just wait for another dwarf to come and clue up and do that. How you doing, Hobo?
Yeet.
How's your day been? Oh, man. Well, that's bad. That boulder there? That sound clip took you back? Why? Because of all of the This is Sparta bits. Come on, dwarf. Some migrants have arrived. All right, now I can open this. And I can open this. Anton! Thanks for the 20 euros in Super Chat. Appreciate you, man. Hey, YouTube chat, hit that party button a little bit. And Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? 20 euros. That's a lot of money. YouTube is holding up the fort today. It's nice. Thanks, guys. I'm pretty sure Hobo made that sound effect himself. Or at least made a part of it himself. Okay, so there's now 2 forgotten beasts flapping around in here. Both with webs. And the winner gets to shoot webs at my cat. Which clearly is this one. The noodle. Who bit the forgotten beast in the upper body and that caused it to collapse. So this is his mangled salt body because he was made of salt. So now that that is done, I can go here. Actually, I can go here. And unforbid this. Now this should tempt the anger noodle to go fight that cat. May also not. We'll see. Yeah, it does just sound like Microsoft Sam to me. Which I kind of like. The good kind of voice generation. Come on, you beastie. Because, like, those are open. Let's open up to here. The problem is it can fly. So it may just try to fly out. And it should just be able to go into here. Let's see if I unforbid this, maybe. I also don't want my dwarves running down into here. Let's see, have you moved? Not really. Sals, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate you. Couple more beers for that if possible. Here, I'll even post the thing. I kind of just want to kill this thing, but I also kind of don't. Oop. Oh, Lord, he moving. Oh, come on. It was right there. Going completely the wrong direction. Let me just jump up to the surface real quick. Check that. That's done. Sweet. And check that. That's done. Grab you. Link to that. And then let's jump back down to you and see where you're heading.
Darren_Sullivan cheered. X 500.
Thanks for the $5, Darren. Barter for peace? You mean parlay? I don't, like, can they barter for peace? I didn't think they could. So, never? I guess? I've had them ask for parlays. But that's probably not what you're talking about. No, because kobolds can't speak, Sir Koala. Things that cannot communicate with dwarves can't be recruited as friends. Kobolds cannot speak, thus cannot be recruited as friends. Their language is procedurally generated and only kobolds can understand. And even kobolds can't understand each other's kobold speak. They can only understand it if they were there when that word was invented. Because they speak elaborate gibberish. Is that as of version 50? Or version 51? Because I've never seen that before. Russ. They're toddlers? Sure. I don't understand the fascination with kobolds. I don't think they're particularly cute. And, like, I want them to try and steal my stuff. But I don't actually care, nor do I want them as my friends. They ask for an artifact. Jeeves. Well, they speak in contextual gibberish, so they only understand each other if they were there when the word was first said. But if they weren't there when the word was first said, then they don't know what it is, or what the other one's talking about, which is why they generally just kill each other in adventure mode, because they just think that each other are hostile with each other, which is funny. Because they can't ask each other if they're hostile, because that's like the first thing an entity does. when it sees another entity as it asks if they're friendly. And because kobolds have no way to ask if they're friendly, they just kill each other. This used to happen with trolls as well, because trolls were intelligent but couldn't speak. So goblins would be like, identify yourself! And then they'd be like, ah! And then they'd kill all their own trolls. Which is kind of amazing, if you think about it. All right, I have no idea how I'm going to fight this thing. Supposed the update in 1.4 added it? Wow, yeah, no, I've never seen that before. Not once. All right, I'm going to do something kind of risky. We're just going to go fight this thing. I'm feeling confident, chat. Because I figure as long as we have some bolts, we should be okay. I think I need more breastplates. And helms from the looks of things. Things go down very fast. Yes, Spelunky is a classic. Spelunky is in fact a classic. Well, the thing is, the creature can just fly straight to the surface, and I kind of don't want it to do that. So I'm just going to go find it, and we're just going to go fight it. Now follow the creature. Which is flying closer to where it needs to be. I'm going to tell them to turn around. Stalking us. Creeper. Lorbam is webbed. Has already been bit by it. There goes Lorbam. It's one dwarf down. And a Mark's dwarf dead. Got another dwarf who's webbed. And has now died a moment later. Hammer dwarf bashes it. With a named hammer dwarf. With a named hammer. Bruising it. Got Tatan here, who's Tellen's mother. But it appears that Thob got some quick hits in and quickly dismantled the creature. Hits it in the body, and it bruised the brain. You're now Leech, Thob. And it seems that we lost two different dwarves. We lost a wrestler and a Mark's dwarf. Which means I can assign a new Mark's dwarf. And what squad did I lose that wrestler from? This squad. Well, Fulteg is now in the military. Let's just jump to here. Actually, I see the problem here. The dwarves have no way out right now. Okay, so that's too far down. Let's go up. It's right here. This needs to be unlocked. The Tan did not die with her baby. The dwarves were successful. 2 casualties for a creature like that's pretty good as well. I do feel the need to say that. So you need to get disposed of. Now I just need to remind myself where it died. There it is. And I'm just going to tell them to put a butcher shop right here because I think I can eat that thing. Although, actually, I'll bet you, I can tell you this. Probably the reason I've never... Okay, question. For the diplomat thing, do you need a noble? Like, do you need to be, like, official land of the realm? Do you need a baron? The other question I have is, do goblins do that? Because I assume they wouldn't. I generally just fight with goblins. I don't usually go to war with humans. I am at war with elves in this version. Or in this fort. But it's elves and goblins. And there's no other dwarven factions, so dwarves wouldn't be able to send one. Yeah, so then I would presume that would be like a dwarven, elven, human trait then. Requesting peace. Yeah, I'd love to see a screenshot of that if somebody has that happen. I think that would be super cool. Well, technically you do have a noble then. It's called your mayor, Jeeves. I wouldn't mind a multiracial army in Dwarf Fort as well. I don't want to have to manage clothing for multiple different factions. Nice. Not a small amount of meat either. Yeah, mayor's a noble. That is very, 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 very heavy skin. Is over 50% humans? Is that just from visitors? Slowly? Amassing a population? Or did you do that with adventurers? Okay, so this needs to be a Craftsdwarf's Guild. And I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Which should be enough. Okay, let's also go down here. Plop in beds. Missed one. Then let's go cabinets. And chests. Let's zone this. Get 9 more bedrooms, and I'm just going to manually assign these. Still a ways to go, but we're getting there slowly. 1 bedroom at a time. Get them to smooth them to make them a little higher value. I feel like most people who play Dwarf Fortress overdo some sort of production. Be that plants or animals or metals, or it's very easy to overproduce things in Dwarf Fort because people are used to games like Factorio where you need a constant churn of stuff. Unless you're doing like steel, it's actually quite hard to overproduce anything. But overproduction is a pretty real issue because it can be a cause of lag. If you have a lower powered PC, at least. Yeah, see, that's way too much. In regards to food. But yeah, it would be really curious if the elves asked for peace. That would be really curious. And you know, I might actually say yes, although I don't know how long it would last because I'd probably start chopping down trees again. All right, so I can now test this. So let's lock this. Also going to jump up to here. So this should get closed, is the first thing that's going to happen. Yep, there it goes. Now the second thing I can do is pull this lever. Oh. Turns out I don't actually need to test this because what I actually need to do is put all the dwarves into this, enable this, lock this door, and hope nobody's outside. Because we're getting ambushed by the elves. Oh boy. They have giant blue jays. Although, this is going to be a little awkward because I can't actually see where they are. I don't really have any scouts right now, so I don't know when they're going to be in there. So I need to put a scout somewhere. Let's just... What can I do? I could... pen past or something here, like... giant rat, maybe? Okay, so there's a bunch of invaders on the map. Most of them are on the other side. They do have a way across. But they don't seem to be taking it. Oh. And it also appears that one of my soldier dwarves is outside and currently fighting with a giant animal. What squad are you in? The Greatest Gorges? If I put you into the... make you actively in the military, you can die with honor, like that. Now, they can't get into the fort that way. But they can get into the fort this way. So we just need to wait for this to open. Which should be opening. Unless this isn't in the Burrow. which I think it may actually not be in the Burrow. Yes, it wasn't in fact in the Burrow. The library must grow. Yeah, actually, now I'm wondering, are they sending elf recruits with books again? Yeah, they are. Look at that. They are, in fact, sending books. Book-wielding librarians to kill me. So I wonder... Yeah, I don't know why these guys are all just sitting there. They did this last time, too. Napalm's running inside. I did have quite a few injured dwarves outside. Or dwarves outside, it turns out. I'm going out to clean. That seems very unwise. Let me just double check this and make sure that there isn't tons of areas that shouldn't be listed as outside that are. In fact, I think I'm just going to make a new one. Rather than checking everything, making a new one will just be easier. Especially considering I want this Burrow to only really cover 2 layers. Okay, so let's do that. Send them all to Burrow. Go here. Pause these. Go down to this. Unpause that. Scroll down to where's clean. There you are. Oh man. Can't manually deactivate that. Well, if you're going to go clean and you die, that's on you. Lightas, the wrestler's been found dead. It's a shame. What are you headed out to do? Clean? They really like cleaning the outside, don't they? There's got to be an area that I've screwed up here. That's in the Burrow that shouldn't be. That also happens to be very dirty. Okay, so I do have one recruit out here who just killed that elf by scratching her in the head, and the injured part was cloven asunder with a tin battle axe. Now we simply just need to wait. Although, I'm going to try something, because I've got a slight concern. All right, I think these guys are... I think their pathing is broken. Because they should absolutely be attacking me. But they're not. There never was an alert. Ambushes don't have alerts. Ambushes are just ambushes. So there's no siege notification for ambushes whatsoever. Great start to our military career? Oh, totally. Stuck because they forgot to fly? Well, this Thrips person is now floating in midair. So something is broken with their pathing. And they're basically all right there. So I don't know what's going on, but something's bugged. Worm Wrangler, you're missing a nose. I think this dwarf may need to be retired from the military. I'm sensing some slight problems with your survivability. So Worm Wrangler, unfortunately, I think we're going to need to retire you. What if I send a Marksdwarf to shoot one of them? Then they'll all die when they get attacked. Well, I mean, I'm just going to send the whole army to go fight them, is what I'm going to do. I just kind of don't want to fight them this far away from the fort. That and a lot of these dwarves are going to be cave adapted. But I'm not worried about the Marksdwarfs being able to hit them. RimWorld is a hard game. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox. So Dwarf Fortress is all self-direction, meaning there is no in-game goals or pointers as to what you should be doing. RimWorld is a hard strategy game that is designed to be hard and is actively mean and rude to the player. So it depends on what you consider to be hard to get into. Bolts are flying at the giant birds and being let loose. The dwarves are surrounding them. Arrows are being fired back at the dwarves as the dwarves begin to fight with the giant cardinal and the falling Thrips man. Yeah, now they're attacking us, I think. Or at least some of them are. I don't know about those ones. Dwarves are still moving towards the enemy. And they begin fighting with his tiny adorableness. Virgin Veils, the gray squirrel woman, spearman. And she falls pretty rapidly. Then the birds begin fighting with the dwarves in close quarters combat. The Marks dwarf loosing bolts. The Shields dwarves smacking the Blue Jays and fracturing wings. Hitting it in the foot, fracturing the bone. The elves are, well, not wielding much of anything. Getting the crap kicked out of them. And Nish is punching the elf recruit in the right hand. But now that I have my defenses set up, I can actually start sending dwarves to fight the goblins because I actually have defenses set up properly. See, now they're... Oh, do you know what happened there, chat? He either fell off because of that poor rider skill, or, yeah, no, the bird panicked. And when the bird panicked, he bucked him off, and he went splat. Rip to that squirrel. Ain't no squirrels gonna fight us today. That's for sure. Granted, that should be good for us. That should mean that they are leaving. Although, let's actually send the military to go stand right here. Here comes the military heading down. That is very funny, though. Very, very funny. Okay, let's see. Are they leaving? Okay, there's only one left. And it leaves. All right. Siege is done. I'm going to go to the overworld. We're going to go attack something. There's a goblin fort of the Dungeon of Spiders. Seems like a good place to begin training. So we are sending out our legendary Hammer Dwarf, Observer, Fighter, Discipline, Master Shield User Dwarf. You know, I'm going to throw Butch Cats in, who was just upset. And then a Novice Military Dwarf. And then they should go raid once he's done drinking. Yeah, you got bucked off, basically. Also looks like some troglodytes made their way into the fort, which is very unfortunate. You're going for a shield? That's probably what you're going for. That or a breastplate or something. Yeah, I need to make a library because it's kind of hysterical. The elves keep attacking us, but they attack us with books, quite literally, which I genuinely think is one of the funniest thing ever because they don't have any military populations in their faction, I suppose. So instead of attacking us with military, they are attacking us with recruits who have books equipped, which is very, very funny. Very, very funny, as far as I'm concerned. Some more migrants have arrived. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. Oh shit, they left through the caverns. That's always fun when they do that. The Buck and Blue Jay. You know, the Buck and Blue Jay sounds like a tavern name. Right, I'm going to do this. Another thing I'm going to do as well, is I'm just going to build a bridge across here. Because we clearly need it to be able to access that side quicker. Got dwarves that are injured, cleaning up their blood with soap. At least we've got a good amount of soap in the fort now. They're trying to educate us. Violently educate us. The Forgotten Beast, Omo Urur, has come, a python with external ribs. Has a square shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its saffron scales are small and set far apart. Beware its poison bites. Emperor Iron. I guess Fluffy Smurf is getting a dwarf then. I was going to say, you already have a dwarf and your dwarf ain't dead. Emperor Iron, but if you're gifting it, that's cool. At least it's just poison bite. It is the moist, yes. The moistest. Lytas, the wrestler's already stunned, beginning to fight with it. So, Fluffy Smurf, do you have any preference on dwarf type? Because Emperor Iron is giving you a dwarf. Hey, chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck for these dwarves, please? We'll see you when we see a mind. Take care, mate. Otherwise, I will just give you the first dwarf I see, which is this one, who may or may not be about to die. I'm mildly shocked. I just received a notification from Ticketmaster because they have very much not hand-picked events lists that they send out emails for. I just learned that Theory of a Dead Man still plays and tours, which is wild. Smurf Tar Iron Hand? Smurf Tar Iron Hand. There you go. Smurf Tar Iron Hand is a pickle legend. Pickle Gend. You generated a pickle once. He is impervious to the effects of stress, is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He takes over helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is a friendly individual. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is quite polite. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds himself to be somewhat disgusted with elegant speakers, disregards tradition and values tranquility, and of course a peaceful day. He likes shale and fine pewter and wood opal and hippo tooth. The color chocolate, cavies for their 3 toes, and giant foxes for their cunning, string bean plants for their pods, and the words of the North Bridge of sound and the sound of the fragrance of scintillating. And when possible, prefers to consume apricot wine, finger millet flour, hiccups, and has hamsters. Hates hamsters, not has hamsters. He's a member of the Ivory Sect and a member of the Storm of Artifacts, our fortress, and you worship the god of fortresses. You immediately got stunned and are getting pushed backwards by the creature. I'm going to tell these 3 squads to kill it. And the dwarves are converging on it. I thought he was going to get knocked backwards off the cliff. He got knocked over briefly. He's stunned again. But he is actually training up pretty quickly now, so that's helpful. The dwarves begin surrounding it, and it seems that we've got Shortass the Clother who's assisting. Let's see how you're... Okay, cool. You've still got plenty of steel bolts. Bolts get shot directly into the creature by our dwarf friend here. As for the creature itself, it seems to be enraged. It's certainly getting whacked with a shield wall very effectively. The dwarves are continuing to fight it. Cannot just stand by. In the midst of terror, I feel no fear. There's a lot of its blood on the ground now as it is bleeding. None of my dwarves appear to have taken hits. Not even Shortass. And after going into extreme exhaustion, the dwarves kill the creature. And I think that there's a butcher shop out here somewhere, isn't there? I think there is. Maybe down here. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. Well, they don't seem to want to butcher it. They may end up butchering it anyways, but we must have pummeled it too effectively. Butch Cats hasn't left the map yet. Where are you? Currently sleeping. Come on, man. I mean, I would like to try apricot wine. I don't generally drink wine, but I would like to try apricot wine. I'm sure it's delicious. This needs to be finished being dug. So I need to open these drawbridges up. But I don't really want to just drop dwarves in there. But it's going to end up happening anyway. Yep. Like I said, it's maybe going to happen there anyway. You seem stunned. You're stunned, but they're both fine. They'll walk it off. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal in the slightest. Is there dwarf double-wielding shields? Yeah, they are, because that's the whole gimmick of this fort. Is the only weapons I can use have to be artifacts. So dwarves use 2 shields until they get an artifact weapon. Which takes a little bit. Butch Cats, are you awake yet? Well, now you're unconscious and injured, so I guess I'm just going to boot you out of here. Because I want that squad to return. I'm also going to need to do a few things to fix moods pretty soon. I was talking about it earlier, but I might actually make some mist generators in this fort. Like, I am still waiting and working on bedrooms, but it's got a ways to go before those will be satisfied. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I see your comments on the VODs. I don't respond to comments on the VOD channel very often, but I do see them. Glad you can watch in some fashion, though. So that place that I sent them to go attack is 4 days travel, so it shouldn't take them too long to get back. Maybe until the 27th or so? A few days there, a few days for fighting, a few days for return. You never expect a response? Sometimes people ask questions in comments. Although it's always funny to me when somebody asks a question and then I respond in like under a minute, which happens sometimes. Like I'll just happen to be looking right as I get a comment. Because like the age-old advice is don't read your YouTube comments, but I'm very bad at taking that advice. Although at this point when people insult me now in YouTube comments, it's just kind of funny. It's like, man, get a hobby. Go do something that brings you joy in life. It would be out of date anyway? Doesn't make it an irrelevant comment. It's still a comment. What if going and insulting people on YouTube is your hobby? Well, then I hope it brings you happiness and joy. But I do have several questions, though, about, like, your own health, because it can't be that great. It says a lot more about them than it does. Oh, no, I know exactly what kind of person they are, especially. Like, I got called milk toast soybean the other day. I was like, got it, right. It's okay, I like milk, bread, and soy. Those are both tasty things. Clearly, I'm a dessert. What's up, Alana? It's going. As it does. How's things going for you? Currently, I want to say we're in the Age of Legends. This world. Same. Yep. It's going except for when it's not, and then I'm sleeping, and then when I'm awake again, it's going again. You don't ever need to assign specific roles and jobs. Like, I don't ever do that, really. Unless I'm specifically theming a fort around something, I don't ever assign specific roles and jobs, ever. The dwarves just assign based on like what is needed in the order that it is needed. Oh, squatties are back. Let's see how that first fight went. Storm of artifacts, looted treasure. Oh. Got a iron anvil, a copper buckler, a giant wild boar water skin. Well, how about we raise and destroy the site then? Let's deal with the first. How important is it to enlist a manager? Do you want to have to manually assign all of your jobs one by one in workshops? Or do you want to be able to automate things? It's a playstyle thing, although I don't know if I would want to play this game without the ability to queue up jobs. Like every now and again, I see, like there's been a few negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress like this over the years of people saying that this game is bad because when you assign jobs at a workshop, it just cancels after a bit. Which, sure, if you have absolutely no idea how you're supposed to assign jobs, could see that going that way. Man, we're butchering all those giant cockatiels. We're getting so much meat out of these elves. Good lord. Oh, those are carpenter shops, right? It's over here the craftsman shops live. Boy, oh boy. Okay, let's just get automated trash disposal up and running. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Actually, no, this... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm actually just going to push this one further back. And then get rid of one of every other one of these. I was going to say, I really don't have many miners anymore, do I? I need to fix this. Because I do have plenty of picks. And that's certainly part of the problem here. You don't want to upset anybody? It doesn't upset them to be a manager. In fact, if anything, it'll make them happy. Because they'll get more things assigned to them, which makes them happy. You're just lazy to play and learn, so you just watch? Yeah, there you go. Do whatever works. I'm actually going to make a mini minecart shotgun as my trash disposal. You know what's funny is for years you've been able to enable mouse support in Dwarf. It's just no one ever did it. So everybody presumed, mostly accurately, that there was never any sort of ability to make the mouse work. But in the recent versions of Dwarf Fortress, not the most recent, but recent-ish versions, there were whole menus that had full mouse support, such as the military screen, as an example. In version 47, actually worked with mouse support. But most of the tools didn't. Same with like designations. You could designate stuff with your mouse. So there was actually partial mouse support in Dwarf Fortress for quite some time. It was just very unresponsive and not good. But it existed. And I always find that to be very amusing, personally. Yeah, no, I think most people didn't. Many people didn't play this game seriously until it released as premium, which, you know, it's totally fine. As it makes the game much more approachable for newcomers. A lot of very angry elk birds down here. Oh, I'm an idiot. How am I going to unfuck this? Also, isn't that going to let a Forgotten Beast in? I thought this was too wide here. Guys, your civ is very low population. You plan on other fortresses on this world should you conquer? I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand the question. Should you conquer something? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Why not? I'm trying to leave. Tried to raise that location. $10.19. I rampaged throughout. Stole one giant Kia leather cloak and an iron shield. And it is now a destroyed site. Now it's just a question of what do I go after? It's probably not going to be too hard. The Remarkable Scourge, the Seducer of Gleaming. Oh, anybody. Here's the thing, Android. And this is what I used to always tell people when Dwarf Fortress was, like, not premium, right? Is that if you can read, you have all of the skills you need to play Dwarf Fort. It just takes time to get used to ASCII interfaces. And it certainly was not an insurmountable thing for anybody. Anybody could do it. It was just a matter of, are you willing to put the 10 hours in of staring at it until you start to see it? and start to see through it. Like, Dwarf Fortress has never been a difficult game. It gained the reputation of being a difficult game because of the fact that its visual art style was the learning curve. But it's never been a particularly difficult game. It's always been obtuse, but it's never been, like, hard. I really hate that meme, anti-broadcast. I really, really hate it. All right, well, what I need is I need lava. So, just trying to think. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to place a floor tile right here. Dig around it, and then just dump it, drop it down. And hope that that'll send some lava up. Which would seal it. We'll try that. Most presumptions about difficulty in ASCII games are self-inflicted by the player. You're being tricked by your own perception. You think something is difficult unless you presume it's difficult. When in actuality, is it? Not really. Most of the time. Water's very inconvenient. You know what? Fuck it. Let's actually do it this way. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. Okay, so this guy is very scary. This is the depths of authority. This creature has webs and it's made of breath. Okay, so this thing is very scary. And I am very scared of it. Meaning, I'm going to just simply adjust this whole thing over by one. Let's get this dug out. And that dug out. Let's go here. No access to blocks. Oh, did you locked yourself in? You're very smart, Dwarf. Okay. It's like there's definitely access to blocks. What are you talking about? Although I need to make sure they're lava safe blocks. Sweet. Okay, Burrow. So that's going to take a while to build. But this shouldn't be indestructible, so... The problem here, though, is just that Forgotten Beast. Is very scary. And I would like this to not kill my fort, so... All of this because I tried to be fancy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff anti-broadcast is just stuff that you get used to with time, right? Like, I can't give you, like, a one-step solution on how to not struggle with certain visual aspects of Dwarf Fortress. Like, there's no way for me to help you with that. All I can simply do is state that it's possible, and if you're struggling with something right now, I'm sure that you'll be able to get through it. Because I've seen many other people get through similar things. Did I just see a Forgotten Beast? No, I didn't. Trying to get this wall constructed so that if push comes to shove here, I can just pause construction. There we go. Are you using like 3D printer slicer software? That's such an oddly specific thing, but it's not wrong. Also, I just realized I've screwed this up. The dwarves won't be able to get to this. You know what? Actually, why don't I do it this way? Okay. And then over here, this can get blocked off to right there. Although actually, it doesn't really matter. We'll just put a brick right there. Oh, shit. Deified is just a gamified MRI scan. Sure. How come when picking your dwarves for your squad, it won't show you their skills sometimes? Because they don't have any if they don't show them. Because they don't have any. If there's no skills showing up, then there is none. They are really bad at their job of murder. Also, I think my squads returned. Yes, they did. See how this raid went. Snuck in undetected. Stole a bunch of books, it looks like. Whole bunch of books. I should probably make a library. You have a problem with a water wheel? You created an underground river and put down wheels along the river. The river is flowing off the map, but no power is produced at all? Then it hasn't detected the flow yet. What I would recommend is plug the flow. So put a cork in it somewhere, Once you've put a cork in it, then... once you've placed a cork in it, then... what's the word I'm looking for here? Once you've placed a cork in it, put a drawbridge or something, let it fill all the way up to the drawbridge, and then drop the drawbridge. The game hasn't registered that the water is trying to get somewhere yet. But once the game registers that the water's trying to get somewhere, that'll give it flow. I don't think you understand what they're asking, Moist Monk. Or Moist Musk. They're a few steps ahead of you. A snatcher? Really now? The goblins are trying to steal my childs. And actually have the kidnap job active. I was going to say, it's okay, my squads are training. They'll just go kill them. No, they won't, because they're not currently training, apparently. Now they are. Got one of them here, who's got a bag equipped. Atir, the recruit, is striking the thief with their shield. Probably learning some skills. They ain't leaving anytime soon. Easy, free stuff. Uh-oh. I found an aquifer. Well, that's awkward. Well, let's send them out to go attack something else. Or go steal more things. Actually, let's just go pillage this one. Although I am going to assign a dwarf from one of my other squads. That has to collect all of the teeth. I like the fact that when a character gets buried, the dwarves are very, very careful to make sure that every single piece of the body is properly memorialized. It will amuse me to no end for all eternity. That is a shit ton of rock salt. I'm just going to start using rock salt for these walls in here. And then sandstone for the ramps. Construction suspended. That one's done. That one's done. That one's almost done. Okay. So now I just need this one done. Let's wait for you to go through this. Lock that. Well, armor stands are lower priority than weapon racks. Armor stands can be used, are lower priority than stockpiles. So if you put objects into if you want them to put their weapons onto the rack or their armor and stuff onto the racks, then you have to tell them to do so. And if you don't, in the workshop itself, and then if you have a stockpile that is assigned to rather. If you have a stockpile that is assigned to weapons or gear, then they will use the stockpile instead. So you have to make sure that the stockpile that is closest, or the stockpiles that are around, are not set to take materials that would be going onto there. So you can't have like an armor stockpile then, basically, is what it means. This dwarf is strunk. Yeah, there you go. You could also do that. Just say no steel or whatever. Got a trade caravan here to trade, as trade caravans usually are. And let's sell them some stuff. We're also going to sell these cloth bracelets. What else? Actually got not a small number of books. Need to get to footwear. Armor stands work in tombs. Well, that's news to me. Never heard of that. Never seen that. But if it does, that's neat. Do you know what version of the wiki that was on? Because sometimes stuff works in one version and then gets removed later on. Yeah, I've never heard of that, but I'd believe it. I don't know. There's weirder things in this game that I'm unaware of, so. No, I'm just gonna sell all the bows and even the steel bow. Yeah, that's fine. All right, it's gonna be a pretty decent trade. 143 items. Just waiting for Stacked to leave the map. Who just did. Excellent. Yeah, no, I mean, it certainly would turn them into a royal tomb. I am literally just going to pump these manually, by the way. That is entirely the plan here. Come on, Dwarf. Well, it begins. 2 of them are pumping. Get down here, Reg. Okay. I mean, if you're doing it in a way that works, you are doing it right. There is no wrong mechanics in this game. As well as there is no incorrect way to do something. Sorry, Elkbirds. I may just fill this up with lava and leave it like this for right now. Because it'll work as stuff disposal. I've also got another weaponsmith who's beginning an artifact. Diplomacy starts. I'm just going to ask them for wood. Ask them for instruments last time. Let's just fill this sucker up. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress not only has that tagline, but it actually manages to make not winning a fun thing. Or your fortress falling apart a fun event. And some migrants have arrived. Okay, so this right here needs that carved. These need this all the way up to here. And then this needs a corpse pile. With the exception of right here. Although I probably just screwed up that. And then you can take corpses that are not dwarves. All right. And this is going to go away. And what this is going to do, I'm going to put a minecart into it. And this is going to load from here. And it's going to load... we'll just say corpses and refuse. Because I'll probably add refuse to this at some point. Then this... or rather... And this... is going to take a nether cap minecart. And it's not going to push, it's going to kick. And that should do her. Now we just have to wait for that track vehicle to show up. You haven't gotten diplomacy visits since? You won't, because you're the mountain home. If you have the queen, you are sending out the diplomacy visits. So you can't receive diplomacy if you're the one sending out the diplomacy. Because there's placeholder mechanics there that at some point are going to make it so that things are going to be... how do I put this? New things are going to become available to you when you become the capital. Instead of right now where stuff is just kind of removed. What is this room and why is there a cart? This is my corpse disposal, and there's a cart because that's how I'm disposing of the corpses. It's also really good at stressing the fuck out of the dwarves, which it's currently doing. Artifact has begun a mysterious construction. Is there ways to use those bones? Lots of them, sure. Same with the teeth. I don't really want to, though. Just because there's something I could use them for doesn't mean I need to. Or I want to. An iron mace. Udil, the weaponsmith, has created Nethodom, an iron mace, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. This is an iron mace. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round siltstone cabochons and point-cut lavender jades, and studded with iron and decorated with pigtail. On the item is an image of Flag Page, the wavy, twisting metal pike. The wavy, twisting metal pike. It's a very dancey pike. In Goblin Cap. On the item is an image of... on the item is an image of Statost, romantic fiend, the human, and dwarves in giant blue jay bone. Romantic fiend is speaking with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the impersonation of the human, Dusum, Lancestone, by the human Statost, romantic fiend, before the Lancers of Martyring in the mid-autumn of 204. On the item is an image of Moses, construct phantoms, the dwarf in cardinal bone. There's only one dwarf in this squad who doesn't have a weapon, so... Now you have a weapon, Dwarf. Yeah, no, I'm basically gamifying to make sure I get extra artifact weapons. Actually, also this ain't gonna work, is it? Let me smooth that bottom one. A little worried someone's gonna come kick this, but I'll just have to keep an eye on it. These are not dwarven teeth or bones. These are mostly troglodytes. And there it goes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Double uh-oh. Lots of stuff did land in there, though. I'm seeing lots of mist, so... I was a little worried that would happen. That's kind of funny, though. So what I guess I should do, actually, is build over to this. Forbid all of this. And all this. And then just build a little stairwell up this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to here. And then just channel all this out. And then deconstruct the stairwells. That's probably the way we're going to have to do that. I mean, most of it made it in. Some of it missed. And then for this, well, just cave that whole thing in all at once. Could also just tell a very brave dwarf to dig it. And then see how good their balance is. Oh no, it's napalm. No, I can't have napalm doing that. I like napalm. I don't want to kill napalm for the Lamaus. So instead what I will do is I'll build 2 tiny little thingies right there. Place a lever right there, and we'll just drop this the smart way. Because that's easy to do. And a forgotten beast has come, a gigantic humanoid composed of salt. It has a spiral shell and a bloated body. It's going to tell my squads to go kill it. Kill it with axes and shields. Also, an ad break is in progress, so let's see how that mission report went. This was me pillaging a location. A goblin's tactical planning was superior to the dwarf picture points, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in hail seduces, which is mildly terrifying. But one goblin was struck down by Eldritch. Or one goblin was struck down, right? And then, led by the dwarf, picture point clashed with 9 goblins in hail seduces, slaying them. All right, so that was a little bit of a skirmish, but we didn't die, thankfully. And nobody was lost. I'm gonna follow this beastie once the ad break is done. I'm not low on drinks. We have exactly as many as we need. It's really funny when people ask me why I'm low on drinks. Dwarves only drink once every 4 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks. And I have 180 dwarves. And they're not all going to go drink at once. My stills are kind of working around the clock, keeping up with it. So we're actually at a nice little equilibrium for drinks right now. Recently, you recently had a child dwarf from a migrant wave, and he was unhappy from the very beginning, and he punched lots of humans in the head, and every time he was in the tavern. Sounds like that child had some problems that you could have dealt with, but didn't. Parenting problem. Tisk. This thing's gonna die really fast. Like, really fast. Laura the weaponsmith just smacked it in the lower body with his steel shield, and it exploded. Salty, welcome to the fort. Just thwack. I respect it. Okay, you're gonna go raid this one. And you're gonna go raid this one. We're not attacking, just raiding. Also, there's a ghost that needs to be memorialized. I think that dwarven baby? Oh no. I wonder who lost their baby. That's grim. Yeah, no, I periodically turn chores on and off. And also, I try to make sure that... I also try to make sure that I have toys for the children. So that they can play and, you know, do things that children do. I don't know what else children do. Play, fight, argue, disagree, beat each other up. You know, normal children things. You know, I don't really want to dig this all the way down, so probably what I'm going to do is just dig out a little staircase at this point. Speed this process up. But yeah, I have all chores disabled on kids right now. I enabled them as like, oh god, I need help. Kind of a last-ditch effort thing. But that was before, her problem with the weremoose? Yeah. I'm still very impressed how many werecamels we've seen and haven't actually encountered them at all. So Jasper Crow is leading one of the squads, and Picture Point is leading the other squad. And off they go to be conquerors instead of, you know, dwarves. How do you even fight werebeasts? You lock the front door and wait for them to leave. If you have legendary soldiers, you can fight them. Otherwise, don't even bother. But yeah, the best way to deal with Forgotten Beasts as a newer player is just literally lock the door. Because they can't break down doorways. Or have cage traps. I will be honest with you, there's a lot of things I over roleplay. Graveyards are not one of them. I always start off trying to be super particular about graveyards, and then within the first 15 deaths, I go, the fuck am I doing? My time is worth more than this. And then I just stop. Let's do salt there. Deconstruct this. And then just go priority 3. Do the middle. Then priority 4. Yeah, of course, you can fight them at a safe distance. In regards to fortifications, that absolutely is a viable way to fight them. Where a rhino? Why the rhino? Everybody asks where a rhino. Nobody asks why a rhino. Okay. So now we can get all this digging. I beggeth your pardon? Is this really an aquifer? Suppose it must be. It's kind of wacky. Hey. Ah. Baby's been laid to rest. Man. Well, that's annoying. Okay, fine. I'll just do it this way then. This will be much safer. Still aquifer. Now they get all this cleared out. What am I digging? A drain. Which is apparently also in the middle of an aquifer. Which is currently proving to be a bit of a pain. Less of a drain. But it's supposed to just be a drain. Grumble. Come on, dwarves. Let's just dig around the edges of this. Okay. That should be good now. Okay. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to clear the rest of these. And we're just going to do the center bit so I don't end up caving stuff in on people's heads. There they go. Question is, where did all of these dwarves go? They should still be able to get in there. Yep, there they go. I mean, I'm not going to be digging a mass grave. You might be. Speaking of, my 2 squads have returned from their sieges. We did 2 raids, and it looks like I got stuff from both of them, so they were both successful. We snuck in undetected, excellent. And stole some books. And the second one, we also snuck in undetected, I think. Presuming. Snuck in undetected. Got some iron bars, some various other nonsense. And I'm also kind of curious about something. So there's this. There's a shrine right here. There's a Titan right there. I kind of want to tell my soldiers to go attack it. Because I know it's there. And it's like, it's right there. I want to go explore it. So see what they can find. But it may also just kill me. Also does seem that my home faction here is fighting back the goblin forces. Okay, well, there's barely anything here at this goblin hillocks. Let's send these 2 squads and tell them to go raise it. Send them to demand tribute. Oh, maybe. It's probably worse ideas I could have. We doing CUD later? Nope. Does it say CUD later in the stream? We'll do CUD tomorrow. Or maybe the day after. Gotta get some time into the dwarfs today. You can do CUD right now, though. Thanks for disappointing a lot of people in my chat and making me have to disappoint people. Thumbs up. Feels good, man. I'm doing all right, Quap. Yourself? A gremlin? Drive it away! Well, I should probably actually set up some gremlin traps, shouldn't I? Well, we know which way it came in now. Came in this way. Although I can very easily set up a gremlin trap. I just need to actually make a gremlin trap. So let's make a gremlin trap. And then here at the back, I just need to do a ramp up. And then I just need to place something on top of that. Just getting used to darkness at 10:30. Yeah, I mean, it's, or 16:30. Here it's getting dark at about, it's pretty much pitch dark outside by 4. So it's not quite that early, but still getting early. Earlier-ish. Sorry, I just got to do a thing real quick. You must be pretty far north then, though, if you're getting darkness that early in the day. A minor guild? I don't want to make these other guild halls. It Damn it, game. You're ruining my possible weapon artifacts. That or you're simply making my possible weapon artifacts less likely. Chat, what have you guys been playing this week? Feels like there's a lot of games right now that are pulling from my time. You know, because Caves of Cud was just mentioned, which I was trying to be coy about not wanting to play that today, because I kind of don't feel like it, to be honest. It's a very different kind of game to stream. And some days I have the energy for that, and some days I'm coughing up a lung and don't feel like it. And today's one of those. But what have you been playing, chat? You only play DF? I mean, there is only one video game. This is true. I need to buy that Tetris Forever, though. Which released today. Which is the first playable version of Hatris, released in not Japan. Waiting on Stalker 2? That's out like soon, isn't it? Stalker 2 is like the biggest like internal debate I've ever had of like, should I stream that? Because like that would be very out of character for me to just like turn around and play a hyped like anticipated AAA release. Like that would be very out of character for me, but I fucking love Stalker. Galka, Forgotten Beast, has come, a gigantic hairy shrimp. It has 2 long, straight tails, and it undulates rhythmically. Its mahogany hair is long and wavy, but you will beware its poison vapors. Where is it? That's not very strong, though. Oh, you're just going to go die, then. Yeah, it's going to die to the other Forgotten Beast, who's over here somewhere. The brass monster. This guy. Also hasn't moved in so long that I could probably drop a brick on his head. Fortunately, that shrimp isn't much of a threat. Good fucking Christ. How's that 1.0 of Zero Sievert, actually? I haven't talked to anybody yet who's played it. The 1.0 version, anyway. Because I enjoyed that game while it was in early access, but haven't had the chance to go back to it. Okay, so now that all that's dug. So that can all just get channeled right out. All the way down through the middle. That's just a bunch of magnetite, eh? I think we'll cut out the magnetite and then build in around it. My squads have returned from their last mission. And I'm gonna send these guys here. Okay, so yeah, no, there is nothing they can do. All they can do is explore it. I'm gonna go explore that tomb that's close by, though, because I'm curious. I'm also going to go explore that tomb. We're gonna go take a pretty big risk. And explore 2 Titan locations. So Wasp Birth and Lush Roses are the 2 locations. You guys need to be training. Yes, they are. Sweet. Old School RuneScape, Dwarf Fortress, and Warcraft 3. You know, it's funny to me. I feel like we've gotten to a point with video games where a lot of people aren't buying new video games because why do you need more video games? You already have enough video games. And it genuinely is kind of funny to me. Because, like, you know, you'll see people saying, like, oh, well, people don't buy video games anymore. It's like, maybe people just don't buy video games because, like, they already have all the video games they need. How many weapons are we up to? Enough for a squad and a half. Also, I have a feeling one of my squads has a dude who's stuck. We'll see in a second, though. This is true. Also, age is a factor. I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I think it's kind of funny, so I'm going to mention it again. I saw this take the other day, which was, you know, video games are a leisure activity, right? So the more leisure that's available in people's day, the more time they have to play video games. So by that logic, shouldn't video game corporations be like petitioning and lobbying in favor of a 4-day work week? Because then more people would have time to play video games. Which is a concept that I kind of love. Needs empty cage. Oh, I'll bet you that's the problem. Or it's certainly not helping, most likely. Dog is fighting with a giant mole. Let's just deal with this giant mole. Yeah, I don't know what's causing the frame rate to dip, but something is. My suspicion is it's one of these squads. So we'll just wait until they've all left. Because one of them's probably stuck somewhere. So you're leaving, or in the process of leaving. How about you? You're out there. You're down here. You're out there. And you're hauling a large elk bird leather low boot. There must also be cave access somewhere in the Goblin Civ because they are taking the caves to go to and from there all the time. Nope, there goes frame rates. What? Yuzel has been appointed to the position of Militia Commander of the Delightful Paddle. Yuzel has been elected to the position of Mayor of the Delightful Paddle. Well, that's not us. Who's the Delightful Paddle? We're the Lancers of Martyring. The Armors of Romance. The Soaked Bodices, the Net of Fangs. The Worthy Wolf. The Diamond Channels! Tomb Cage. Anvil of Beaches. Parched Towers. Net of Fangs. Oh. So I just attacked this place. The Dwarven Hillocks have Pelt Wield. And it seems that it was immediately made into my own location again. They went and reclaimed it. So we attacked a goblin taken over dwarven location. We rampaged throughout there. I think we just liberated a dwarven hillocks. Well, ain't that nifty? So got a bunch of backpacks and various other things, a tin cage, bloodthorn chest. Huh. Well, ain't that nifty? So now they have a militia commander as well as a mayor. So we just liberated some of our dwarves. That's kind of cool. So once that's connected, I can almost officially test this. Because I still need this to be connected and whatnot. And also my frame rate came back. So I'm presuming the frame rate went away due to some sort of fighting math. You think subscription services like Game Pass also add to that? Oh no, certainly. It's like it's a death by 1,000 cuts thing, but you'd rather go cook. You know, I understand that playing a lot of games feels like unpaid labor. I think a lot of modern video games just kind of have that feeling to them a lot of the time. Okay, so the first ones have returned. They probably just went there and came back, right? Yep, they found nothing. Well, what I need to do is I need to close this. I need to close these. And then we can test this sucker out. Because now this is raised up. Get out of there, kitty. So now that that's in there, who's ready to test the Drown-O-Matic 9000? It is now full of water. Completely. 7 by 7 water deep. Then I can push... Actually, what I can do is I can make these invisible. What? Really? Can you not just invisible bridges? Anyway, this is now full of water, so what I can do is I can pull this lever. Although we're in an ad break, but... Then when this gets pulled, the water falls. And that's going to be how we defend our stuff now. Which is also going to push a whole bunch of water all the way... Uh-oh. I don't even know how this elk bird got in here, but sorry there, buddy. We just got obliterated. And then it sprays out and down into here. Which means this cavern is actually going to get some lakes in it. This is going to become a lake pretty quick. That's kind of cool, actually. Also, hey, Bone Dolphin, what's up? So we're slowly building a cavern lake. I think that's really cool, to be honest. Good lord. So when enemies come into the fort now, I will simply drown them. I do wish that, like, water showed on top of the bridges, though. That part's a bit of a shame, but I'd rather have that than mud everywhere all the time, which is the alternative. Also, I haven't said this enough today, so thank you everybody for tuning in today. You know, if you didn't tune in and watch the streams, regardless of if you're playing games, I wouldn't have this job. So thanks for allowing me to have this job. So even if you're not playing games, you can live vicariously through me. Because hopefully soon I won't need to live in this cramped little tiny studio apartment box anymore. Because of this job. Something I'm working towards. So, at the end of the day, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. You know, Jack Norrick's here. Rubbish Frogs here. Lemstar. Bone Dolphin. This is Kets. Lanix. The magma got moved. The hole got plugged, and there's now just lava down there. But these days, at this point, it's mostly just water movement. Lanix. But yeah, now I've got this giant waterfall that drains actually crazy quick. Should probably cover this entire thing with grates as well, so any gear and stuff is just caught and placed in here. And then this can just be opened. Just jumped in, had a 10-hour shift at work. Oh, Jesus, man. Been watching my videos for a while? Cheers, man. YouTube's an interesting thing. I've been streaming way longer than I've been taking YouTube seriously, so. I didn't start taking YouTube seriously until like 2019, whereas I've been streaming since 2013, so. I just didn't have time up until that point. It's probably memorialized somewhere on Twitter, but there's a line where I state, or I tweeted a while ago where I said, I'm going to start taking YouTube seriously now. And I did. And it eventually paid off, but it took a while. Well, YouTube is having at least some conversion because us normies can find out about you and then come over to Twitch potentially. Yeah, or just keep watching in the YouTube stream and lurk. It's all good. Because plenty of people just prefer to lurk on the YouTubes. And hey, if it works, it works. All right, did I get a new report? I did. Yeah, the other spot's also just nothing. Okay, well, let's see if I can liberate some more things. Ink 1 is a goblin fortress with 750 population. I'm going to send these 2 squads just to go raid. We're not going to loot other items. But let's see if we can liberate Ink 1. Good luck, leader picture point. You are the best dwarf for the job. And a master teacher, apparently. Master shield user, master wrestler, great armor user, and a great dodger. I'm not sure who that is, Rubbish Frog, but glad you found my stuff. One thing that will forever fascinate me that I will probably never actually know the answer to is just how many people have bought Dwarf Fortress because of me. I like how many of these dwarves just leave through the caves. It's like if that's where they're closer to, they just leave that way. Felt free remembering wearing tattered clothing. Oh, shit. A force of vile darkness has arrived. But they're not seeking a parley. All right. So my squads are actively leaving. And a vile force of darkness has arrived. Meaning, I need my dwarves to stay inside for a bit. Oh, Krug Smash. Okay. I've never seen Krug Smash referred to as KS, so people just, I've always just seen him referred to as Krugs. But yeah, Krugs is good people. Why'd the music cut out? The heck? Why you go do this to me, game? Oh, because it's party time. So I was going to say, chat, could I get a Vile Force of Darkness, but could I get a Vile Force of Danceness? I need all your best dancing emotes in the chat right now. It's very important. Bunch of snatchers have arrived. Protect the children. I'm also just going to go up to here. We're just going to get rid of this. Because I'm going to need to kill these goblins. Although they may just be leaving. Oh, I see. They're killing my livestock. Well, rest in peace, livestock. Come on, chat. We can get more dancing emotes than that. There's only like 5 of you posted. Come on. Where's the other 245? I also need to get rid of this stockpile. Halthane's been found dead. So is Imush. I'm sorry, what? Forgotten Beast. He must have climbed up. That's kind of whack. How long have you been up here? My soldiers is fighting with it, beating it with his shields. And 1v1'd it. So congratulations there, Dwarf. You also get a nickname. Let's call you Bug Off, and also you're numb. And you've lost the ability to stand, which is probably related to the poison, or the gases that it was expunging. So where are these goblins, primarily? They're up top. I'm going to send my soldiers right here. We'll just fight them head on. Got a dwarf just shooting bolts. And just shot the goblin's ear off with a bolt. Yeah. Gets hit in the ear by a steel bolt, and the goblin crossbowman's severed part sails off in an arc. And then the shield dwarves beat the rest out of him. I think that went quite well. He decided to switch over to Twitch and say hello. I do read the YouTube chat. So to people typing in the YouTube chat, I do see it. It's just not the highest priority for me because there's always more people talking over here on Twitch. Oh, I understand the problem now. I never turned the Burrow on. I'm smart. Fuck. Well, maybe I got a bit too ambitious. I believe that we have lost our a bunch of artifacts and our best militia dwarves. If only they could burrow themselves. I kind of don't want them to. That'd be too easy. I like the unpredictability of whether or not dwarves are going to obey burrows. Hopefully I didn't lose my entire squad, though. Then we can keep training. But that's a good few Warhammers gone. Unless they've just been captured. Which would make for it to be not as bad, but still pretty bad. And let's go down to here. Okay, they're back. Let's see what happened. Sure, if I take over that location. Okay. So the Goblin Olongo tactical planning was superior to picture points, and the Dwarf and was superior, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Ink 1. This was me being a bit overconfident, I would say. So it seems like the dwarves are clashing, but the first goblin falls. Urvad was struck down by a goblin Estrier, spider scarred. The dwarf Rimtar was struck down by another goblin named Stospib. Okay, well we are winning some of these fights. The dwarf Sodel, Torch Ravens, was struck down by a goblin named Aztruk. Lots of tussling. Burr was struck down by Emperor Iron. The Go's Bow was struck down by Picture Point. I'm really kind of curious about how long this fight's going to go on. Picture Point was struck down. Oh no, imprisoned. Okay. By this stinky scorpion. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Emperor Iron was imprisoned. Picture Point was imprisoned. Ice Blue was imprisoned. Leech was imprisoned. And so was Ficod. So basically, this location now just has a bunch of prisoners at it. Well, let's find something with way less population. Something like this. They're going to go raid that location. Meanwhile, Worm Wrangler, you can take over running this squad for now. The overconfidence blinded me, sure. But yeah, in order to be able to get those artifacts, I need to kill everything there, basically. And that's going to be a challenge. That's going to be a challenge. Because there's 750 entities there. Bone Doctor's been found dead. Oh no! There's still a goblin on the map. And here I thought they were leaving. I mean, they probably are in the process of leaving, but they haven't left yet. It's all they have. No, it truly is all that they have. And we're trying to take that away from them. Actually, no, I would say maybe we're trying to provide it. Because if war is all that they have, and we're trying to kill them, wouldn't that mean that we are trying to provide them with war? And in this analogy, that being the one thing that they have. All right, I need a mist generator. That's what I'm going to do. I mean, I don't need it, but I'm going to make one. How much power are you generating? 200? Could just connect it to you. But I think it would probably be smarter to connect it over here. So let's just go 1, There. Let's also go here and just type in rock mechanisms. Make them out of sandstone. Place 2 of them. You know what? Let's put them right there. And then right here, we'll channel that down and dig a straight line wall right there. I'm going to say wooden cork, wooden pipe, cancel these, because that's going to be right here now. Sucks to be the dwarf who's getting a gear right in front of their front door. Although, it's going to be right next to their front door, I guess. I'm also going to have to move this over by 1. I mean, yes, there are now bedrooms available again. I'm going to claim that. And then down here, it's going to be goblin cap and goblin cap. Going to do axles, which are going to go horizontally along here. Then I'm going to do vertical axles, which are going to go up. And this up here, we'll get one of those, but for right now, just gets an axle. All the way across there. And then in a moment, an axle that runs over to there. I'm also going to go up to here. Oh, apparently we have a silver warhammer that just got delivered. Well, gonna need to eat that. Maybe melt it? Yeah, let's melt it. Guess all weapon stuff that we claim we can just melt. It is pretty finely crafted, but eh. So I can just go statue. It's a sandstone statue. That water buffalo needs to be et. Let's just do iron statues. You couldn't respond to the war banter you're cooking, but you had to, but the garlic was burning. Do not burn the garlic. Burning the garlic is way worse than having a follow-up joke. On the bright side, the dwarves are actually able to party now, which is a good thing. Their spirits certainly seem higher than they were before. Hey, chat. It's time to post some war dance emotes. Because the fort is truly at war now. Because the goblins have left us no choice. We didn't want this. We simply wanted to preserve our home. But they pushed us. So thus we must respond in kind. In my defense, I was only attacking the locations they'd taken over. So I'm actually kind of being honest here. Did you know that most goblins are gray in Dwarf Fortress and not green? Gray dwarves are or gray goblins are almost more common than green goblins. Come on, chat. We can get more dancing emotes. We got one rat jam and a couple crypt zooms, but I'm sure you have a dancing emote. I refuse to believe you don't. Do I even have a mechanics workshop? I might not. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Just gonna make 2 real quick. Seems like my dwarves survived this attack. Snuck in undetected. Snurched the place. Also brought home some big dogs. Awesome. Let's do that again. And also eat the big dogs. For they do make nice Lunchables. Rupert, the doctor, was found dead. Oh no! Found a very angry crocodile. So just normal crocodile, but still. What a shame. This is going to be a gremlin trap. There you go. Here's hoping this dwarf gets buried soon. Looks like it will be. Yeah, getting to it there, dwarves. From their beaks? I don't know. I don't generally really make crafts from the parts of any dead creatures, so... Like, to be completely honest, it's just kind of not something I do, really. That did span multiple elevations, what? Might count as horn. Hooves do. I don't know. I don't really decorate with bone, do anything with horn. They're too low value. And they, honestly, at this point, are just prioritizing skills that I don't want the dwarves prioritizing. So I think I'm going to not do that. Not because it's like it's bad or anything. It's just because I'm prioritizing weaponsmithing, and that is the only skill I want the dwarves to be training actively. So if I start prioritizing other skills, then we'll start getting artifacts for things like bone crafting, and I don't want that. I just want the artifact weapons. Those are the most important things for the fortress, for the short term and long term. So at this point, respectfully, I will have to say no. Even if that is an option. Okay, we'll just give you just a second shield. You also just need 2 shields. You also need a shield. Because I lost so many artifacts. I'm just going to go into here, actually, and I'm going to say... water skin. Let's make 10 leather water skins. I should be able to put a leather works over here. Wow, okay. No, I really just did not have any methods of making mechanisms. That's funny. Okay, so these are generating 200 power, which is bringing power all the way up to here. So I can go oh, nope. So I really just would like to get this done. Let's also go one of these. One of these. One of these. And of course, one of these. Then I'm going to do this. And this. Then I just need a gear piece to put right there, and the whole thing's connected. Looks like they may dance again. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. But, I mean, it's something that's probably worth looking up, if crafts can be made out of beaks. Since I'm in an ad break at this exact moment, I'm just going to go through here and assign flooring, because that's not the most interesting activity. But I'm going to be on mission, rescue those dwarves for the next little bit. Because all I really need is, like, a legendary, like, tactical planning dwarf to go in and steal them back. The problem is going to be getting the artifacts back. I may have to destroy the place, but the dwarves are probably going to reclaim it as soon as I destroy it, which means I may not be able to get those artifacts back, actually. So what I should probably do here is just assign these dwarves as riot bash squads, and then send the artifacts off to other dwarves. Also, this squad seems to be running into problems now. Also, my voice. Don't ever get a cold. How do you train tactics? Attacking stuff. Literally it. You train by doing. Butch Cats has been missing for a week. I have no idea what happened to Butch, but apparently Butch Cats is missing. Although you were a very upset dwarf, so nothing of huge value was lost. It's not like anything caved in, I don't think. Oh, the militia commander killed a Reacher on the way out. Well, can also unlock this door probably. And then right here, I'm going to place a lever right there. And that lever is going to be connected to the pillar in front of it, which is going to have a floor piece put on top of it. So whenever somebody pulls it, it'll knock them backwards in there. And hopefully we can trap a gremlin, because that would be fun. It's been a minute since I caught a gremlin. Gremlins are interesting because they join your faction when they become trained. And then they're immortal and they just go around training speech. I had a gremlin captain of the guard once. You learned about gizzard stones? Gizzard stones are fun. The only time I've seen real life gizzard stones are turkeys. But dwarves can use them as gems. Let's get this squad training. And this squad down here. You have a specific weapon already. You don't. So let's see, what can I give you? Okay, so I think these are still listed even though they're not on the map anymore. So that's going to be a pain to keep track of. It's just whatever works. I don't really have a preferred way of doing anything, and I try to change things up as often as possible, because that's what keeps this game interesting. I mean, playing this game is my job, basically, right? It's because playing this game is my job, I have to do as much as I can to keep it interesting for myself. So I try and do as much as possible to do things differently each time. Because if I just do things the same way each time, it just becomes samey and I want to do literally anything else. Gonna go drink some dwarven wine before you go training. Okay, squads have returned. Thank you, Fluffy Smurf. They snuck in undetected. Then what the hell happened to the dwarves in that squad? Huh. It's whack. Well, let's send them to go get stuff from there then. Let's also check bars. How are we doing on bars right now? That is a lot of iron. Holy shit. Okay, so let's do steel helm. And just say make like 30 of them. There's a few things that are pushing the frame rate down right now, and I'm not sure what any of them are. It's probably something to do with acquiring items. Giant cave toad probably ain't helping. Yeah, I got a few things. Oh, that's probably it. Nope. Let's end that cave toad. Yep, nope, that was it. That toad trying to get through that door is what was breaking the frame rate. Well, that's good to know. That's the plan. It's to stream DF tomorrow. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays consistently, and sometimes Fridays. Recently, Friday's been on the schedule a lot, but I'm probably going to take Friday this week off. It entirely depends on how the week goes. Highly depends on how the week goes. Okay, so all that stuff falls. And go up to here and do those two. That's one. Problem is now I need to get rid of all these stairs. That hurts, Bone Dolphin. I know you don't mean it that way, but it does kind of hurt. Well, that is one of the brightest things I've seen a dwarf do ever. I don't think I've ever seen a dwarf dig out the stairs from underneath themselves. You learn something every day. Didn't even know that was possible. Well, okay. Yeah. You know, how dare I stream other games? Speaking of dangerous things, let's deconstruct this. You had a dwarf deconstruct a bridge while standing on it? That's funny. Hey, you didn't die. That could have been dangerous, but it wasn't. So that's good. Okay. Trying to think. Well, we've made some good progress. I mean, I do actually have my front door usable. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Curious how many people are listening to the stream. We've definitely fallen into lurker mode. Okay. Guild isn't quite satisfied just yet. Also, I don't want to stare at that anymore. Space those. That'll deal with that. Squad is back. So the Lancers of Martyring, the defenders were led by Jasper. Well, Jasper's learning. Smurftar Iron Hand has taken out a goblin named Pictix. One of my dwarves was struck down, though. Cappy was struck down by Darius. Smurftar got another one. I guess when you compress Smurfs underneath enough boulders, they eventually become tar, hey? Forces rampage throughout. Got another pair of wolf leather gloves. Going to pull some dwarves from other squads for this squad. And we're going to send them back out. Good luck there, dwarves. Ah, that's obviously the dwarf that died. Dwarf of sheer determination and badassery. I mean, he killed several goblins. I don't know if I would say sheer determination and badassery. It's maybe a bit overly generous, I'll say. Probably hit this one as well. The humorous fell. Let's go raid them. And over here, got all those statues in place. I'm just gonna need some mechanisms. One right there, one right there. Generating 200 power. You make 14. Yeah, it's plenty. And I'm gonna go down to here, and we're gonna get rid of that last chunk. Connect you to this. Dig out those two, and then we'll just pull that lever once that's done. Gotta get this dwarf around the corner. Ah. Another weaponsmith who's been missing for a bit. But I would say all dwarves deserve a beer, regardless of how good they actually are at their jobs. Fluffy Smurf. I will say that. That is the truth. Forgotten Beast Kung Lasagnu Gogo has come. A gigantic one-eyed tarantula. It has 2 long, curving horns, and it belches and croaks. Beware its poison bite. Its slate gray exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. So it shouldn't have webs, because it's a tarantula. And it also can get to the fortress. So wish us luck, chat. If you want to witness dwarves potentially die horribly, now may be a good time to look up. Oh, here come the soldiers. Got an axe dwarf up front. Who's smooth chamber. Poor Spoder. They get a bad rap. Easy enough to kill, though. Goes down as quickly as it appears. It wasn't a mineral-based exoskeleton. That was just the color of it. Yeah, we can't butcher it either. Died nice and quickly, though. Losing more dwarves. It's taking a while to train these up. It's also hugely possible that we're losing dice rolls. Although the Imperial Flags is more the green squad, so... How does one deal with mineral beasts? Have stronger mineral weapons. Like, there's a beast made of brass, which I could win against if I had steel weapons, which I do. You can't mine mineral beasts. But like a bronze colossus as an example, right? As long as you have better weapons than bronze, you can kill it without much trouble. Otherwise, you may be in trouble. So just don't be in trouble. Easy peasy. Dwarves are telling stories. Saw a dwarf tell the story of the election of the goblin Nostrondo seduced Sandals to the position of absolute incense of the pristine coven of in 763 at the line of ropes. And it is interesting. All right, this is all set up and running now. I'm gonna make a pit pond and fill her up with water. Moral is gonna go fill the pond. It wasn't a bad squatty at one point. Squad number 1 is back. I went off and raided this location. They got in undetected and stole stuff. That's good. The second squad. Tanner did all right. Had a strong positional advantage. Got some silver arrows and some more beak dogs, whomst I'm going to eat once they enter the map. You need silk in your fort? Remember, plant cloth is the easiest one to do. That's one of 2. Got a dwarf who's dizzy over here. I had too much to drink. Now we're just waiting for a second dwarf to come over here and fill. But no, the slate gray was simply the color of that creature, not the material it was made out of. You're probably it. Yep. Amber's coming over here to fill the pond. And there we go. Mist generator up and running. Then I'm just going to lock these doors so that they take those ones in and out. So as the dwarves visit the tavern, moods will improve. Yeah, I just realized that that's technically part of the tavern. That's funny. I mean, you won't experience Sockmageddon if you have enough cabinets for everybody. You only get Sockmageddon if you don't have enough cabinets for everybody. But as long as everybody has cabinets, that shouldn't be a problem. Sending the 2 squads out to go raise 2 different locations. Worn out clothes? They still store them in their cabinets. Or, here's another pro tip. I'm also not convinced this is working, but this is not a refuse stockpile currently. But if I go here and then go to refuse, then type in where, and then allow the materials for where up in here of everything lower quality, and then go to type and type in where. Well, wait, no, that's finished. That's furniture, not the right thing. It's finished goods. So if I go here and type in headwear as well, then go lower quality, because I don't really want any exceptional or masterwork stuff getting thrown out. Dwarves can keep those. And then, just allow the right materials, which is all of them. Damaged clothing will get distributed into here and automatically disposed of. As long as they're not claimed. So you won't have a Sockmageddon. Because stuff that's in a refused pile degrades 400 times as fast. So instead of it taking literally years for the stuff to rot, or hundreds of years in the case of bones, it'll take months. It's very easy. In fact, stockpiles sort of do that by default. Refuse does, but I feel like most people don't take advantage of that feature. And it's not a hard feature to take advantage of. So then suddenly, here comes all the clothing. See? This is all the unclaimed clothing that nobody wants anymore. But because it's a refuse stockpile, it'll only take items that are damaged. Then I'll also allow them to get loaded into the minecart. And there they go. Nice and easy. A force that is both vile and dark has arrived. It's a very small one. Chat, can I get a vile force of darkness? For this vile force of darkness. Because for once, we are not the vile force of darkness. In fact, they are. This dwarf just like walked right past and is now in a martial trance. Come on, Dwarfy, are you gonna win this whole fight by yourself? You know, bug off, you very well might. He's still numb and tired, but seems to have been caught out. Such a shame. I wasn't gonna just tell this squad to go fight, but I think that may be what we end up doing, because I would like to try and save some of these dwarves. I've already lost one. Don't really want to lose more than one. Here come the army. Taking out one of the first few goblins, and the rest of them seem to be retreating now. We did end up losing 2 dwarves, which is fairly sad, but the good news is my dwarves got some training, and they can always be buried. Rest in peace, Bug Off. You were a good dwarf while you were alive, for the short while we had you. I will say that I'm kind of shocked at how quickly they got there, but goblins move really fast when they're running, it seems like. Also, that is available, so I'm going to grab you and say specific weapon. That one. Please go equip that. Also got a steel breastplate over here that's damaged. Just gonna melt all the ones that are meltable. Get that stuff going. And then make some more steel breastplates. So let's say steel breastplate. 25. Steel gauntlets. 25. Steel. Helm. I'll make 10. And you here, let's make pig iron. And steel. I'm also going to need more dolomite, so let's go down to the dolomite layers. And Big Bang the Wrestler's been missing for a week. I'm not sure how you died. Probably somewhere outside. But I'm going to get them to go pull this lever. Come on, dwarves. It's not like you can't access that. Oh, I see. Burrow's still on. That would be why we haven't found them yet. And a dwarven baby was found dead. Oh, that's depressing. Oh, this isn't connected to anything. Dwarf is coming to pull this lever. Should happen in a moment. And there we go. Now I can deconstruct that. Squads have all returned. We're trying to raise 2 more locations. So the first one, the monster of slugs, was attacked by the dwarves, led by Jasper. An elf led the defenders, and Jasper outmatched the elf. The elf was immediately struck down by Salty, and we rampaged throughout the location, eventually destroying it, which was once a human town, or village, rather. The second place we went after was led by Tanner, defended by the goblin Smutsu Doomstopped. Doomstopped's tactical planning was superior to my dwarf, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. It seems to be mostly a tie, but we did lose a dwarf named Atir, which is a shame. Until the dwarves fled, and we got an iron cap as prize. Oh, apparently I also managed to cage 2 goblins. I'm gonna have to do something with those. Well, they are goblin-aligned elves. Why is it crazy? You just have to generate a world that old. It's hardly crazy. Also, I don't really like that term, fluffy, so please don't use it. It's just one of those, always feels like it's in poor taste things. But what's so crazy, do you think, about it? All right. Or rather, what makes you think it's so crazy? As this ad plays through. Send these squads out one more time. Let's both go hit this one and attempt to raise it. It's a goblin forest retreat. Yeah, I don't know. I play old worlds pretty consistently. I've never really found them to be particularly odd. I guess a lot of people just don't ever generate worlds this old. This used to be in the default settings, 1,000-year worlds. So, like, I've been kind of boggled that they've, like, taken them out of the default settings. It's nice that they were in the default settings, but it's weird now that they're not, so. Exploring a world that old, they're usually a lot more grim. Or apocalyptic, I guess. In this case, goblins won in this world. The dwarves are kind of at a narrow stalemate, and there's a few elves left, but the humans are gone. I would say that the goblins just kind of won. Which, you know, is a bunch of fun. Sometimes it's good to change things up. It really does change the feeling of each world, I'll say that. So I really need a library. I really need a library. So I'm going to make some libraries. Or a library is what I'm going to do. The question is where? Kind of thinking down here, maybe. Just kind of like a shape like this. Let's go into here and just type in iron bookcase. Let's make 10 of those. Iron chest. Iron throne. And iron table. Yeah, sometimes I would honestly say older worlds I tend to prefer them over younger worlds. Because things just end up being more interesting more consistently. Some migrants have arrived. Like, younger worlds are good if you want to go monster hunting or if you want to make discoveries yourself. But if you just, like... Oh, shit, I may have actually killed this squad. Maybe I'll make it out. But, if you want to, you know, fight against old threats, and in most worlds fight against a zombie apocalypse and a lot of necromancer experiments, you want older worlds. Giant snowball is attacking us, named Simkakast Pabazuri, and it's a blob, and it's composed of snow, and it squirms and fidgets. That's it. I've always wanted a blob composed of snow that then, like, breathes fire and melts itself. Like, I've always wanted just like a self-seppukuing Forgotten Beast. Just because I feel like that would be really funny. Where is this snowball? Setting my mark dwarves to go kill it, because somebody just needs to slap it. I mean, a troglodyte could kill this thing. A miner could hit it once with a pickaxe and it'd be dead. Like, this is like a non-threat, this creature. It's also moving really slow. It doesn't even fly or anything. The only attack it would have would be pushing. Yep, there it goes. What'd you even do, Dwarf? Shot it with a singular 2 steel bolts. And he says, I've improved my archery. That was satisfying. We've melted the snowball. Yeah, no, I mean, 250 to me is like the youngest a world should be. 100 years is too young. Unless you're just trying to adventure and specifically trying to kill dragons or something. Because to me, like, it's just way too young. Why is there a Peregrine Falcon lady here? We'll let the Peregrine Falcon lady in my house. You're clearly not a visitor. So now you're dead. See how that works for you. Goblins are immortal. They're not effectively immortal. Which is also why they can't become necromancers. Because immortal entities can't become immortal. They're already immortal. That's why you can't have goblin necromancers and why you can't have elven necromancers. Only dwarves and humans are susceptible to such things. I am really starting to lose my voice. God. Well, I mean, a necromancer could be a necromancer and then get cursed to become a vampire, but not vice versa. So if a vampire reads a necromancer book, they won't gain necromancy powers, as far as I know. Vampires are kind of a unique one because it's a curse. But things that are learned cannot be learned. If you've already got it, basically. Simply put, goblins can't get necromancy because if they could, excuse me, they would be ridiculously more overpowered than they already are because they would just go up to their boss's room and just read it in his office because it's just sitting there on the slab all the time. So it's probably as much a balancing thing than anything. But I have had necromancer vampires. So, like, if you're a necromancer and you go toppling statues, you could get cursed and also become a vampire. All right, so this is going to be my library, which is the Quake Sanctuary of something. Well, at least we've started making the iron chests. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I have somewhere to put the books. There you go. Hey, Vakrok, what's up? A cyclops named Veskupek Thurathig has come, a giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Does it have any artifacts? It does. A fancy cup. It's a rock salt mug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Uspu Devil Patches, the plane, the goblin, and a dog in quartz. Devil Patches is devouring the dog. The artwork relates to the devouring of a dog by the goblin in the plane, the plane in labor named in the early spring of 706. Let's just tell all my squads to go kick its shins in. Let's see how this raise attempt went. Jasper led the attack. Jasper outmatched the elf, Kovima, road touches with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Kind of surprised we had a strong positional advantage. They have Sasquatches? We struck down a Sasquatch. And the person leading their attack. Huh. The Lyrical Spider. What a name. Laura took out a goblin, 2 other goblins. Another goblin was taken out by Staked. Dwarf was taken out. Actually, no, sorry, I misread that. Dwarf took out a goblin. Dwarf took out another goblin. Yeah, there's more goblins here than elves. Clashed with 3 elves. Goblin Dang's leg was ripped. Dang was struck down by the dwarf Moses. Fath Diamond Pick took out Olgo. It was a named Sasquatch? Was it? I'll have to scroll back up and look. Yeah, there's another one. The Sasquatch Copper Seared. I wonder if they're considered pets. The forces of the storm of artifacts searched it. And then the question is, did we rampage? Yes, we did. Well, we didn't raise it, but we did drop the population down quite considerably. Oh. We got some pets from them. We got 1 cherry. 1 singular cherry. 2 copper low boots, 1 singular walnut, plural, and 3 grizzly bears, and 1 giant magpie, and 1 cougar. Awesome. Let's just send these 3 squads. Just attempt to raise it. And just don't take other items, please. Although, maybe I should cancel that, actually. Until, this guy dead. Kind of forgot about him already. Does also have a child. He's got a son. Oh, you just killed one of my brand new grizzly bears! You asshole! And the cougar! Come on! I just got those! They literally just arrived and you murdered them! You monster! Gah! Alright, time to send the dwarves back out. Big on, dwarfs. You mean the that wasn't the dwarves doing that. That was most certainly the Cyclops doing that. Hopefully we can butcher them. I still think it's hysterical that they're using the caverns to leave the map. Like, they're doing this consistently. It's like, why this way? It's like they're all going this way, but why this way? They like the caverns? It must be a faster route. Maybe there's a dwarven highway nearby. Caves of Cut does have a tutorial in it now, though. But yeah, I did make some tutorials for Caves of Cut a while ago. Happy they're helpful. Also, what the fuck direction are you going? Okay. They've all left. Servesh is on the way. Dwarves know the underground? Not when I'm playing adventure mode, they certainly don't, but maybe I'm just challenged there. Curious how many books we have. Because the elves have been attacking us, right? And when they attack us, they tend to attack us with a bunch of very unskilled soldiers wielding books, which I find kind of hysterical. Oh, also, there's my giant magpie pet. Man, if only you could train giant magpies to go steal items for you. Wouldn't that be great? There's a fire imp on the map. That's kind of scary. I think I'm just going to eat the giant magpie, though. You were able to make it briefly. I'm losing my voice, Gazoom. How's the stream going? Kind of lurky. Like, pretty quiet. But pretty good. The fort's made some nice progress. I'm letting my dwarves read some books for the first time. So we do have quite a few books in here now. We're actively invading the enemy. Some of my dwarves got kidnapped. Made some progress. Added new buildings in. Finished building the drainage system for the front door. So, you know, small things, one thing at a time. Do you remember when you were allowed to read for the first time? It's a human right at this point. So I guess you're the last dwarf that needs to leave, eh? Yep, it's just Kavish that needs to leave. And I've got a weaponsmith that's withdrawn from society. I'm going to cheat a little bit. Forbid, forbid, forbid. Yeah. Bomb wreck. Any bets on what this High Master Weaponsmith makes? Are there dwarves available? Absolutely. There's thousands of dwarves available. Also, that command's been up for 4 hours and nobody clicked it. I was kind of staring at it going, should I say anything? What kind of dwarf would you like, Gazoom? Siltstone blocks. Work secretly. Iron bars and siltstone. Two-handed sword, that'd be pretty neat. Iron two-handed iron sword. I don't know. I'm kind of expecting another crossbow because I've got so many of them. And that has not made an artifact yet. So non-legendary, no beard. Gazoom wants to craft an object and can be very happy and optimistic, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this. As she dislikes the natural world. She can handle stress, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. Generally, she acts impartially. She's rarely moved to mercy, and she likes to brawl. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and occasionally overindulges. She is trusting, and she skips over to others when she meets them. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees... an iron short sword. That's my first sword. We have a sword now. Bomrek has created Odiniram, an iron short sword, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. But anyway, she finds those that she sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of mastering a skill, likes cassiterite, pig iron, purple spinel, as well as the color rust. Bucklers, tunics, thrones, and llamas for their wool. And the words of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating, and when possible prefers to consume giant chipmunk, mango wine, and absolutely hates moon snails. She's married, her husband's named Feb, and she wants to craft an object. She's very blissful about dining in a legendary dining room, but bored after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. Squads have returned. And as for the sword, this is an iron short sword. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of iron. On the item is an image of iron, Blaze Vault, the Strange Claws, the dwarf that got kidnapped. Jasper, you can have this sword. Let's see, how'd that fight go? So we attacked the Somber Fog, and Jasper led the attack, and an elf led the defenders. Worm Wrangler, the admired crowd of enchantment, took out the elven leader who led their attack. And it seems like we mostly just looted a bunch of things. Took a bunch of books and destroyed the place. Lots of books. As for reports, there wasn't any more things looted, but the number of books in our fortress goes up. Make guild halls. Guild halls are a place where dwarves can go and learn to craft things, which satisfies the needs to craft. So make guild halls. And they don't have to petition for them in order for you to make them. You can just make them. So that would be my tip for that. Would be make guild halls. It also has the added benefit of training dwarves in skills that you want them to learn. This get sorted? Yes. And here comes the squads back again. All right, chat. I've been live for quite a bit of time already today. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, I'm losing my voice. So to keep myself from losing my voice, I think it may be wise for me to call it a little short today and only do 8.5 hours. But we've made a lot of good progress. I mean, population's gone up and down, and we killed more forgotten beasts than I can keep track of. We've built up areas in the fort. We got a soap industry up and running. We got our barracks finished, which I should open the door for. We've got the actual main front door now built, which is this, as well as that's a giant rhino. No, it's just a rhino, not a giant rhino. I was excited for a second there. It's just an army rhino, not a biggie. I caged a rhino. Chad, I caught a rhino. Oh, that's always good. We'll have to do something with that if we catch another one. But we're getting attacked by agitated buzzards. Well, that's good. And, fort seems to be coming along well. So I think it's time for us to call it. Hey, Twitch chat. For those of you still watching, you can say goodbye, VODs, or goodbye, YouTube. YouTube, folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody with us, you can do that by tuning into the Twitch stream. Otherwise, I will be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll be playing Dwarfs. Maybe some cut in the evening. I don't know. Probably just Dwarfs. I'm thinking Thursday we'll do some cut in the evening. Friday, I have an appointment. I have a lab appointment, so they have to go take my blood to go speak with the vampires. And after that's done, next week will be a more normal stream length. We'll do the Friday stream. So see you later, YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Take care of yourselves. And I will see you on the flip.